different expenses. Now, for 158 people to make the same mistake, is that something that would be acceptable? Is that an acceptable margin of error for the COA?
Mr. Chair, they answered in their compliance. As to the
Mr. Chair, apologies. Maybe you know what does it mean to answer with compliance? So they took back yung AR na mali po yung date or
no, Mr. Chair, yung compliance nila contained their answers why they had the acknowledgement receipts dated December 2023 and undated acknowledgements.
And what was the answer po, Attorney Camora?
They said they have inadvertently contained clerical or typographics indicating 2023 instead of 2022. Considering the nature of confidential activities which are usually conducted discreetly and completed within a short period of time, and in addition to the lack of attention to details of personnel attending to voluminous papers from several individuals, some data in the acknowledgement receipts submitted as proof of transactions may have been missed.
Mr. Chair, apologies. I think that portion would suffice for Attorney Camora. No? So the answer of compliance, they did not dispute, they did not take back the ARs, but they simply gave that defense that it was an inadvertence, or basically typo nga po siya. But precisely the point, Mr. Chair, I think that the committee should consider is that it's a typographical error for 158 acknowledgement receipts. This is not something that I think, although we do not argue with the COA, of course, this is their jurisdiction. It is precisely their decision if that compliance would be sufficient. However, I think for us to consider in strengthening the law, in support perhaps of the joint memorandum circular, I think we have to be stricter with the acknowledged receipts be issued. Because, Mr. Chair, I think I would like to propose one thing. Of course, the COA will not be able to answer this. But given the timeline po, no, September 2023 yung first na AOM, October 2023 was compliance with the first batch of ARs, and then December 2023 the notice of suspension, and that was the time siguro po, no, that they were coming up with these new ARs. It would make more sense, Mr. Chair, for them to make that mistake, because when pag nagkaka-typographical error po natin sa date, the usual mistake is you put the date that is current. Isn't it possible, Mr. Chair, based on human experience, isn't it more likely that these ARs were prepared a year after the fact already? That they were December 23, because this precisely coincides with the date in which they submitted the second batch of the ARs. I don't think, Mr. Chair, this was a mistake that was committed in December 2022. This was a mistake that was committed after the fact, after the AOM, and after the notice of suspension, when they were rushing to comply with yung mga butas po na natin ng COA. I think this is something that the committee should consider, especially when it comes to the compliance with the COA. We are not faulting the COA, of course, and we respect them. This is their jurisdiction. But one thing that we understand, that we see from the COA, is that generally they are not really ministerial, but they err on the side of caution, rather than put themselves in place to exercise discretion regarding the disbursements by any agency. Sa kanila po, as long as complied yung DE, and as long as there's an explanation, they would accept. However, I think the COA has to go above and beyond that requirement. Because, Mr. Chair, just to highlight also how spurious this seems and how bogus. If December 2022 po yung dapat ng AR, tapos December 2023, it wouldn't even correspond to any confidential funds. It's not possible if ever the reasoning was nagkapalitan ng AR, because I understand that might be one of the excuses for inadvertence. Baka nagkapalitan yung AR for December 2023 or 2022. Pero wala pong December 2023. If we recall, the of the confidential funds for the office of the OVP was never dispersed. They chose because although it was already included in the our General Appropriations Act, they chose not to disperse yung fourth quarter. So saan po na ilalang December 2023? If in fact they would say inadvertence, nagkapalitan yan, or if they say typographical error naman, it wouldn't make sense. What's it doing in December 2022? 158 times po nangyari. More likely, this was the same mistake committed by perhaps a few persons, which raises the question, are these acknowledgement receipts spurious? Are they bogus? Are they false? In addition to that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to present another acknowledgement receipt. If the Secretary would please flash yung November 1 po.
Kung Rog, gusto ko lang linawin, 158 times na ang date ay 2023.
Mr. Chair, based on what our office has found, 158 of the ARs corresponding to 23.8 were submitted for the December, for the fourth quarter of 2022 disbursement, but they were citing 2023. Ang sabi nga po ng COA na ang citing the answer of the OVP is that inadvertence po.
Ang dami naman kung magkakamali ka, dapat isa lang. Sa 2023, last quarter, wala na silang confidential fund. So para lumalabas, lumagpas yung kanilang liquidation. Sobrang liquidation na nilabas nila. Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi ko sa sinasabi ninyo?
Well, Mr. Chair, your guess is the same as ours, but it could also be na these are ARs belatedly prepared.
Okay. Sige po. Thank you po. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, proceeding onward, may we ask the Secretary to flash yung November 17, 2023 AR. Yun. Thank you. Attorney Camora, is it legible po? Can you see that the date is November 27, sorry, 2023. 2022.
November, I cannot see it. November 17? Mr.
November 27 po, 2022.
27.
Well, Attorney Camora, apologies, perhaps di lang kita masyado sa screen, but on paper nakita po na November 27, 2022 po siya. If my understanding is correct, the AR should correspond to the period of the confidential funds actually dispersed and used. Tama po ba? So, although it is for the fourth quarter of 2022, this was submitted as an AR there, it should correspond to the 11 days of disbursement po that they actually had it. Because if I understand correctly, anong date nga po yung first, yung pag-issue nung check for the OVP confidential funds?
Ano? December 20, 2022, Mr. Chair.
December 20, 2022. So, definitely, this is after November 27, 2022. Would the COA have, of course, I would not fault COA for this. This is supposedly a question for the Special Dispersing Officer, si SDO Acosta, but given that she's not here, I'm constrained to ask COA, para saan po kaya would this be considered? Because if we also consider, baka sabihin naman natin na typographical error, baka dapat November 2023 po ito. Wala rin pong fourth quarter confidential funds ng OVP for 2023. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So in that case, how would the COA appreciate this acknowledgement receipt?
Normally, Mr. Chair, it should be noted that confidential funds should not be used as payment for reimbursement of previous activities. So it would have been flagged as a reimbursement expense. So not allowed.
So it would have been disallowed totally. And perhaps there's a good chance that this is part of the disallowance actually of your... But I think, Mr. Chair, what is striking for this committee is, of course, the COA has already acted on the disallowance. But what should be considered is the fact that this could not have happened. I mean, reimbursement might be one explanation, but how could you reimburse something? This was even the first batch of confidential funds. December 21 po ba? Tama ba? December 21?
December 20, Mr. Chair, yung date ng check.
December 20 po yung check. This is the first confidential funds ever issued to the OVP for this administration. Yet they have acknowledged receipts for November 27, 2022. Ibig sabihin po, wala pa pong confidential funds, they're already coming up with their acknowledgement receipts.
Mr. Chair, with the agents of Congressman, may I just,
Congressman Nabante.
bago ko makalimutan to, no? Nakalagay dito, yung, kaya nung audit yung, yung acknowledgement receipt yan, ito po ba ay allowed ng COA? Pag gumamit ka nung 150,000 na rewards, yung acknowledgement receipt, pakilagay niya uli. Ayan. Allowed po ba ng COA yan? Yung payment of rewards nakalagay medicines. Allowed po ba ng COA yan?
Mr. Chair, that is one of the observations po. Na,
So, therefore, kung yan ang observation nyo, disallow nyo.
yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
But,
so that was
disallowance-
actually 50,000 used for payment of rewards for medicines. Was this allowed by COA? Ganun po ba?
It is one of the disallowed accounts, Mr. Chair, yung payment of reward medicine.
Ito, disallowed to, di ba?
Probably, sir, since kasama naman siya
Teka, attorney, but probably.
yes, sir. Since it's an acknowledgement
Di
receipt
ba?
of payment of rewards.
You're a good lawyer. You cannot just say probably. You have to be sure about it, di ba? So, talagang disallowed to, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
O,
Chair.
yan. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Please continue, Congressman Rog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Congressman Nabante. I'm trying to say here po, in relation to the dates, whether this is for reimbursement of, although illegal po, no, it's not supposed to be allowed. Whether this was as justification for reimbursement or this was inadvertence or typographical errors, despite being repeated over 158 times, these are clear red flags po in relation to the AR submitted by the office. And this is something that we should consider. Looking forward, we should consider po this legislation, perhaps legislation to strengthen this joint circular to make sure that this doesn't appear again, or perhaps stringent penalties for when this is caught. But more important than that, we still have to hold them accountable po, no? For this, although this is already passed, although there's already this notice of disallowance, accountability should be had for this. Now, in addition po, moving forward from these erroneous dates or inadvertent dates, I would like to present another documentary evidence. May we have po the Secretariat Flash, yung acknowledgement receipt for Mr. or Miss NP. Yun. Attorney Camora, when we're talking of acknowledgement receipts, basically it's something like this one. It's very bare, it just has the amount received for what purpose, and you have the name and the date. That's all that is required. However, when it comes to the name, is this usually the name of the person or signature or both?
They would give us normally yung name and signature. Actually, the signature is which is more important
Is
to the
more
COA. Since we know that unsigned documents are really not good documents. So, kung signature lang, okay lang po siya. Pero kung name lang po, we will flag it as unsigned document po.
Yes. And what is the reasoning for this? Because a name can be written by anyone, but the signature is supposedly unique. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
So what happens when, for example, here, it may not be seen, it's redacted precisely because it's confidential. However, it could be noted that this name was written in block letters, which are not distinctive by any manner. Yet, this was what was submitted as an acknowledgement report, acknowledgement receipt. So in cases such as this, it's very possible that someone purporting to be Mr. NP is writing the name for NP. Would that be correct, Attorney Camora?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
So in this case, this would be another case of an irregular AR. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And of course, when it comes to the ARs that are just block letters and names, because precisely it could be purporting to be that person, but signed by anyone else, this should be disallowed, Mr. Chair. But of course, as mentioned again by Attorney Camora, alam ko baka narinig din po kayo with all of these questions for the ICFA, which are all redundant. But it just is an additional proof po that what we're looking at here are red flags when it comes to acknowledgement receipts. And I think we really should strengthen po siguro the DEPs that would be required for confidential funds. Kasi po, hindi po to biro. And if you look at it precisely, we're talking about a single payment for 400,000 pesos as a reward payment, which could be anyone because hindi nga po signed. Kung sa mga signatures nga po, nagkakaduda tayo kung totoo yung signature. Paano pa kaya pag walang signature at all? How do we know that this person exists? These are some issues that we should consider po, Mr. Chair, when we're going to craft our legislation to strengthen po yung joint memorandum circular. Mr. Chair, I had other questions, but I think this could only be answered by SDO Acosta. So I would like to manifest that I would like to join po yung, I have the same sentiments as Chairman Abante that these persons invited should appear. It would be our 5th hearing already. Still, we have no answers, and I think it would the answers really rely on their attendance, and this is only for the accountability, for the truth that our people would see. So I think we should really have a harder stance for requiring their attendance. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would now defer and yield to our other colleagues here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, COA.
Thank you, Congressman Rodriguez. The next interpellator is Congresswoman Pami Zamora.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair, since wala naman yung mga invited guests natin from the OVP, I will not be raising any questions. Rather, I would just like to point out a very important manifestation, which I believe is very important and vital for our proceedings. No? Kaunting backtrack lang po tayo. Over the past hearings, Mr. Chair, we've discussed the contents of the accomplishment reports, and I'm sure we all have copies of that, at kung sino ang naghahanda at pumipirma ng mga ito. And as we have confirmed, ang naghahanda at pumipirma ng mga ito ay yung SDO and yung head ng agency. Mr. Chair, allow me to point out what the certification attached to the accomplishment report means for the SDO and the Vice President herself as head of the agency. Meron ba yung slide natin para makita ng ating mga manonood? So, Mr. Chair, itong pinapakita natin ay part ng certification na naka-attach sa mga liquidation reports na na sinasubmit mismo ng SDO at ng ating Vice President. Okay? We have 4 copies from the period of December 21 to 31, 2022, from Feb 6 to March 29, 2023, from April 25 to June 2023, and from June 14 to September 14, 2023, all of which amount to 125 million. So, apat na 125 million po ito na sino-certify po nila, nakapirma po silang dalawa dyan, and may I emphasize on Section B. Expenses were incurred in connection with the agencies and or confidential operations activities with supporting documents attached to the liquidation of confidential funds and for the intelligence funds documentary evidence of payment kept in sealed envelope in the vault in the office of the SDO. This only means, Mr. Chair, that the signatories of these liquidation or accomplishment reports, which is a sworn document, certify na yung cash advances here amounting to 500 million pesos, representing the confidential funds, were used for the implementation of the OVP initiatives, and as COA has pointed out in the past hearings, they do not verify or determine whether the information in the amount, the signature, name in the receipt, the dates sa receipt, are truths, lies, or are reasonable or unreasonable. the only persons who are able to verify kung totoo talaga ang mga acknowledgement receipts na ito, Mr. ay ang Office of the Vice President, particularly the head of the office, which is the Vice President herself, and the Special Disbursing Officer. With this, Mr. Chair, it's rather very evident that through the certification attached to this, nakikita natin dito, accomplishment reports, they are na kinu-question kanina are verified by the Vice President herself and the SDO. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, naniniwala po ang inyong lingkod na mahalaga na usisain pa rin natin at tingnan ang veracity ng mga acknowledgement receipts na pinresenta nila, and at the end of the day, na kahit ito po ay confidential or intelligence funds lang man, ito pa rin po ng ating pamahalaan intended para sa ating mga kababayan. With this, Mr. Chair, I yield the floor to the next interpellator.
Do you have another Comsec? Sino pa yung isa?
Kong Hun.
Congressman Jeff Kong Hun, you're recognized, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ayon sa ating last hearing, we have confirmed the following. The Office of the Vice President has requested for confidential funds for at least 2 years. The documents evidencing payment, or the DPEs, are required to be submitted to support the disbursement of confidential funds. The Commission audit relies mainly on DPEs, which is the case of OBP or ARs. Napaka-importante po nito na papatunayan kung saan, kung paano, at kung sino ang tumatanggap ng mga PITs na galing sa Office of the Vice President. The COA has confirmed that these documents are noted as submitted out of mere compliance, almost to the point of being ministerial. We have confirmed that these DEPs, despite its key roles in ensuring proper receipt of confidential funds and utilization as indicated in accomplishment reports, has been the documents submitted out of mere compliance, perhaps at the cost of its truth and accuracy. Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest that the purpose of this acknowledgement receipt, at least in theory, is to safeguard the use of confidential funds. Paano po natin maipapakita through sa acknowledgement receipts kung ang tao na tumatanggap nito at kung saan ito napunta at ginagastos. Kahit confidential fund ito, need po natin bantayan kung paano ito nagagastos at kung paano ito nagagamit. However, despite the intent and examination of these acknowledgement receipts submitted in the liquidation of the OVP's confidential funds shows the alarming discrepancies and indications of irregularity. Meron pong pagdududa kung saan at paano ginamit ang confidential fund ng OVP. Mr. Chair, meron po ako ipapakita na acknowledgement receipt dated December 2022. Ito po yung documents in evidencing payment. Nakita po natin na walang nakalagay sa acknowledgement receipt na ito, walang nakalagay na date. Bakit po kaya walang date din na nakalagay dito? Naka-blank po yung date. So this acknowledgement receipt was included with ARs dated December 22 or part of the DEPs of 2022. Based on this acknowledgement receipt, it is the auditors were able to determine whether the money was actually issued in 2022. Napakahirap po patunayan kung talagang 2022 nga po ba ginastos o ginamit itong mga ARs na isinabmit ng Office of the Vice President dahil wala nga po itong date. Ano po ba yung nakapaloob sa acknowledgement receipt na ito. Wala rin po itong period covered. So, ano po ang dahilan kung bakit kailangan may nakalagay na period covered sa isang acknowledgement receipt na ito? Tingin ko po kailangan nating malaman para malaman din natin kung kailan at para saan ito ginamit. Kung wala po itong date sa nakikita ninyo, medyo hindi katanggap-tanggap at talagang nakakapagduda kung saan at paano ginamit yung pera na nakalagay po sa acknowledgement receipt na ito. To illustrate to you, I will show you the acknowledgement receipt in the name of a certain AAS who appears 3 times in the acknowledgement receipt on hand. Nakita po natin, bali sa dokumentong isinabmit ng OVP na ipinapakita ko po ngayon, a certain AAS na may tinanggap po siya na pera sa loob po ng 2 buwan. From December 2022 to February 2023, almost 210,000 ang tinanggap niya. But from December 2022 to July 2023, nakatanggap si AAS ng 300,000. Maaaring nakakapagtaka po kung paano at para saan ginamit na perang ito. Kasi ang nakalagay po dapat is purchase of information. To reiterate, magkaparehas lang ang purpose ng 3 ARs. Kung magkaparehas lang, bakit may varying amount sa disbursement? So, napakarami pong katanungan na kailangan nilang sagutin yung mga taong hindi po nagpunta rito at yung mga tao po na iniimbitahan natin at sinasabi na natin. Hindi po ba nakakapagtaka kung bakit may iba't ibang amounts for the same purpose? Purchase of information. Katulad ni AAS, tumanggap siya ng 60,000 noong December 2022, 150,000 noong February 2023, at 70,000 noong 2023. In another set of ARs, Mr. Chairman, may isa pang tao na by initials ay JOV, which received the confidential funds for 3 different purposes. For the payments of reward, medicine in December 2022, for the payment of supplies in 2023, and the provisions of medical and food aid in 2023. Nakatanggap si JOV ng 920,000 sa loob ng 5 buwan for 3 different purposes. Payment of reward of medicine, payment of supplies, and provision of medical and food aid. Ano ang total na tanggap ni JOV base 3 ARs na ipinakita ko sa screen? Ito ay 920,000. Unlike AAS, ang pera na tinanggap ni JOV ay para sa 3 separate purpose. Payment of rewards and medicine, payment of supplies, provision of medical and food aid. Marami pong mga tulad ni JOV na tumanggap ng confidential fund na galing sa Office of the Vice President. Nakapagtataka na may isang tao na tumanggap ng confidential fund na twice o thrice para sa iba't ibang purposes. Nakakapagtaka din kung saan ito nanggagaling. Ang galing-galing naman ng tao na yon. Marami silang businesses na sobrang swak na kinakailangan ng Office of the Vice President. Or meron silang, baka pwede natin mas magandang katanungan, hindi ba kayo nagtataka kung bakit pa ulit-ulit ang pangalan? Halatang-halata na para ang Office of the Vice President ay naubusan na ng pangalan na ilalagay. Mr. Chair, please allow me to point out to a pattern that we found out in the documents evidencing payment for December of 2022. There is a very real possibility that the confidential fund were released in batches daily na parang routine na ito o robotic pa. Parang script ang pag-release ng mga pondong ito. Tignan po natin yung na ifa-flash po natin sa ating screen. This shows a pattern that occurs throughout the DEPs in December of 2022. Nakikita po natin na halos pare-parehas po ang amount na ito at talagang grabe po yung kanilang ginawa para sa reward medicine. Nagre-repeat po ito ng nagre-repeat po ito ng December 29 and December 30. And even occurs many more times during this period. Nakikita nyo rin po na never ninyo pinansin itong pattern kahit the same amount, say dates and several times. Kaya hindi po ba nakakapagduda, lalong-lalo na po sa Commission on Audit, na paulit-ulit po na pare-parehas ang amount, pare-parehas ang nakalagay, lalong-lalo na sa kanilang mga DEPs. Mr. Chair, let us not forget that these confidential funds were spent all in 11 days. This pattern in releasing the confidential funds in batches show exactly how all the 125 million of confidential funds were fully spent. Mr. Chair, we have shown you importance of the DEPs more than being a required disbursement of confidential funds. And the DEPs, isa sa mga dokumento na meron tayong integridad at dapat nating binaban dahil ito ang nagpapatunay sa maayos na paggamit ng confidential funds. Paano natin, how can the integrity of the receipt and the use of confidential fund be safeguarded pag walang maayos na mga nakalagay sa ating mga acknowledgement receipt or pag hindi nababasa ng maayos yung acknowledgement receipt. Mr. Chair, dapat po talaga na humarap na yung mga tao na ating sinusubpina, na ating tinatawag dito sa na naka-destino o naka-assign sa office ng Vice President. Sana po, Mr. Chair, wag na po nilang pagtakpan ang ating Vice President dahil nakikita naman po natin na marami po talagang irregularidad na nakikita, lalong-lalo na sa kung paano nila ginamit ang kanilang confidential fund ng Department of Education at saka ng Office of the Vice President. Huwag po nilang pagtakpan ang iisang tao lamang. Dapat po ang loyalty nila ay para po sa ibang bansa, hindi po sa isang tao lamang. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The next interpellator is Congressman Akop.
Honor, may I be recognized?
Yes, with the indulgence of Congressman Akop, the COMSEC is recognized.
Your Honor, we would like to acknowledge the presence of Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales Jr. from the 3rd District of Pampanga, Deputy Majority Leader Alfred C. De Los Santos from Ang Provinciano Party List, and Congresswoman Micaela Angela B. Swansing from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, proceed.
Yes, please proceed, Congressman Akop.
Marami pong salamat. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. And before I proceed with my interpellation proper, Attorney Hua.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Would it be correct that you stated in the previous hearing na only the Vice President and the SDO know where the confidential funds went?
Based on the documents, Your Honor, I assume so.
Did you state that?
What I was asked, Mr. Chair, I was asked, Your Honor, I think by Representative Castro, if I knew anything about it. And I said na sa totoo, wala po akong kinalaman management or operation ng confidential funds. So if I remember correctly, the transcripts would probably bear me out. Tinanong niya, kung hindi ikaw sino? So I said, I would assume the signatories, Your Honor, of the certifications and of the other documents. And she asked me who. So I said SDO, and probably the head of agency.
So yung sagot po ninyo it's a presumption.
Well, Your Honor, kasi hindi ko po alam kung saan...
Because you answered the question under oath.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
therefore, you stated the name of the Vice President and the Special Disbursing Officer. That they're the only ones who know where the confidential funds went.
That is correct, Your Honor. No?
That is
Because
why I asked
based
you
on the documents. Yes.
whether you stated this statement in the last hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. But just to clarify, I mentioned it was based on the documents, Your Honor, because the documents would point that way.
Kasi kung titingnan ko yung statement po ninyo, kung wala nang ibang nakakalam kung saan napunta yung pondo, dadalawang bagay lang ang nangyari. Di ba? Kasi either ibinulsa nung ni VP o ni SDO o ginamit sa ibang bagay. Ni VP at saka ni SDO. Hindi po ba?
Your Honor, please. I wasn't...
Hindi, yun po yung sagot
but I
ninyo.
wasn't alluding to that, Your Honor. I
beg your pardon?
I wasn't alluding to Your Honor, if I may
No,
beg your indulgence. Opo.
Pawa, correct me if I'm wrong. Di ba? Yung pondo allocated sa office. Tama. Nagkas-advance sila from Land Bank. Tama. Land Bank, nagkas-advance sila doon, dinala sa opisina. Ang makaalam na lang doon ay yung head of office or head of agency at saka yung special disbursing officer. Tama. Di ba ba? At yung special disbursing officer, yun yung mag-allocate kung saan pupunta yung gagastusin yung pondo. Di po ba? Sagutin niyo ako, Kowa. Do you agree with me? Yes. Pakisabi sa mic para marinig po lahat.
With your permission, Your Honor, yes po, Your Honor.
Yes. And therefore, kung yung liquidation or clearing process ay hindi totoo at bogus, ibig sabihin, nagamit yung pera sa ibang bagay. Would you agree with me, Kowa?
Well, based on your statement, Your Honor, and based on which you said the liquidation or the documents are bogus, so we presume that the funds, no other evidence presented, were illegally disbursed.
Hindi po ba kayo kumbinsido sa mga sagot ninyo at sa mga katanungan ng aking mga kasama na yung DPs or documentary evidence of payments or acknowledgement receipts ay puro diferensya? Di po ba? And therefore, pag yung liquidation instruments, part of your clearing process or liquidation process, ay mali-mali na, sana po tayo pera. Tell me. Dalawang bagay lang po. Kasi dami ko na imbestigan na ganito nung nasa pulis ako eh. Saka sa PCINP. Di ba? Either ibinulsa, ginamit sa iba. Either way, mali. Di po ba? Would you agree, Kowa?
If the liquidation po is bogus,
kasi hindi naman napunta doon sa totoo eh. Doon sa clearing instruments na binigay. Diba? Kung naibulsa, masama. Ninaka mo na eh, di ba? Ngayon, kung ginamit sa iba, technical malversation yun. Would you agree with me, Attorney?
that is assuming it was not used as confidential expense po.
Mali na nga yung clearing instrument sa liquidation process eh. Yung mali yung pag-clear at saka pag-liquidate, what is your conclusion?
That the funds were not used as confidential.
Supposed to be used.
But
As it is supposed to be used.
It's supposed to be used.
Yes. That is the logical conclusion. Hindi po ba? Would you agree with me, madam? Attorney?
Personal opinion, yes, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Personal opinion po, Mr. Chair, yes, I would have to agree.
Ewan ko. Pero kasi sa dami na naimbestigahan ko, gano'n ang nakikita ko eh. Kayo naman, ang tagal nyo na sa COA, hindi nyo pa rin nakikita yun. Di ba? Kasi if your liquidation or clearing process is wrong, di definitely yung kung saan pinunta yung pera, hindi po dun sa tama. Could you give me an instance na mali yung liquidation process, tama yung pinuntahan ng pera? Pursuant to your guidelines.
Yun nga po, Mr. Chair, personal opinion, if the confidential funds were not used as it is intended to be used, it's already technical malfunction.
Yes, kasi kitang-kita naman na yung paggamit po nila sa pondo, parang nilegalize lang nila by their submission to you, yung DEPs nila, o kaya ARs or acknowledgement receipts. Di ba? Na mali-mali. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. Kasi lang nakikita ko na nangyari process Nag-withdraw sa land bank dahil doon yung pondo na confidential dinala sa opisina, yung SDO. Hindi ko alam. Kaya nga hinahanap namin yung SDO para tanungin namin kung saan napunta paano niya inallocate yung pondo But as it is, yung liquidation instruments mali-mali po Kaya sigurado ako, hindi punta sa tama rin yung pondo. There are only two things na pinuntahan doon. Nagamit sa iba o ibinulsa. So ayaw nyo matanggap yun. Ako kaya kong tanggapin. Kasi marami na akong dinaanan ng investigasyon. Na ganun. Natameme kayo? Ha? Di ba? Could you please tell us? Kasi marami nangyayaring ganito Which I think you know. Kasi hindi lang naman doon sa OVP yan. Tingin ko. Okay? So, pwede po bang malaman? Yun pong mga certification na ginamit po yung security group ni Vice President. Tinanggap din po ninyo.
Mr. Chair, hindi po. Yung proof sa rewards ni OVP, hindi po.
Hindi.
Kaya po na-disallow ang payment of rewards.
Ped.
Sa DepEd po kasi, parang na-deem namin na independent party yung nagbigay ng certification. So,
Pakilapit lang yung...
since na-deem namin na independent na group yung nag-issue ng certifications, we accepted the certifications.
So, tinanggap nyo
Opo, Mr.
yung
Chair.
mga yung certification galing doon sa office ng Vice President Security Group.
Hindi po. Yun ang hindi po namin tinanggap since parang kasama din po ng OV po yun Pero yung sa DepEd po kasi, ibang party na po kasi yung nag-issue ng mga certifications.
Ayun yung natanong na nung last hearing
Yes,
mga
Mr. Chair.
Philippine Army units
Yes, Mr. Chair.
na conduct ng Youth Leadership Summit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. But would you agree with me that the office of the Vice President is separate from the office of the ESG?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but they are the group that is specifically, it's like yung PSG po ni President na specific na naka-assign kay VP po.
Kaya lang. Kaya nga. And would you agree with me also that the office of the security group of the Vice President would have their own funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And therefore, would not need the confidential funds coming from the Secretary of the Department of Education and from the Office of the Vice President. Would you agree with me?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Wala kasi dito yung mga kanis. Dapat yun ang Now, are you aware na there were 787 acknowledgement receipts where there were no names, but there were signatures?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're aware of that. And there were 302 ARs that had unreasonable names. Would you agree also?
Unreasonable names, Mr. Chair.
Unreadable.
Unreadable. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then there were 5 names repeated.
That was not an observation, Mr. Chair. Yung repeated names po, hindi po namin naging observation.
Hindi nyo nakita. Okay. And so far as the confidential fund of the Department of Education is concerned, yung location ng where the YLS were conducted did not match looks where information support this YLS were supposedly bought. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. More specific areas po yung certificate.
Yes. Now, would you also agree that there were identical entries, amount expended, and number of receipts for the second and third quarter of 2023 for entries on provision of medical and food aid?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's not very unusual naman po since
I beg your pardon?
it's not very unusual naman po since pwede naman po talaga mangyari.
So, usual yung nangyayari yun?
Hindi naman po usual pero hindi naman siya ganun ka-unusual.
O sige. Whether it's usual or unusual, is it in accordance with the joint circular?
Sa joint circular po kasi documentary evidence lang po ang requirement.
Sa pakisagot lang yung tanong ko. Whether usual or unusual, is it in accordance with your joint circular?
Since the document was submitted
You
po,
think they
yes
are?
po, yes.
So it's your opinion?
Yes. Yes,
Oh, thank you. May we go to yung kwan? Yung acknowledgement receipts or DEPs. Now, we have examined yung DEPs or acknowledgement receipt which were used to liquidate the confidential funds. And I would like, Mr. Chair, to make the statements from the examination. May nakita po na mga acknowledgement receipts that all appear to be signed by the same pen. Would you agree with that also, Madam Kwa?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Since either blue or black po yung...
Yes. Kaya nga, makikita po natin ito sa color ng ink.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. A distinct shade of blue na may shades of black. I think it. Yan di po ba yung acknowledgement receipts na nasa inyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And wala po kayong napansin?
Yung ni-note lang po namin is yung mga iba ang date, yung mga unsigned Yun po, Mr. Chair.
Ganon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to manifest that all these acknowledgement receipts are under the names of different persons, pero wala po dyan yung naulit. Dyan po sa sample na yan. But if we look at it, the names and signatures of different persons appear to be written with the same pen, with a distinct ink on different dates. I think this is highly irregular. Bilang ako, isang investigador. Now, Madam, you confirm that you have received this acknowledgement receipt as part of the submissions of the Office of the Vice President to liquidate the confidential funds?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Okay. Now, would you agree with me that these 10 acknowledgement receipts appear to be written with the same color of ink? Yes?
Like I said, sir, it's either blue or black po kasi yung ink. So,
Gusto ko lang malaman yung sagot po ninyo.
yes, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. And this is a distinct shade of blue na almost black. Parang may gradient. Tama.
I cannot remember,
Kaya sabi mo,
Mr.
ang sagot
Chair.
mo, it's either blue or black eh. Kasi parang naglalaro yung ink na ginamit sa blue or black.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Common
Yeah.
naman po yun na nakikita namin either blue or black ang signature.
When you say common, sa lahat po ba ng opisina na in-audit niyo, ganyan?
Either blue or black. Yes, Mr.
Blue or
Chair.
black din. Sa lahat ng opisina ng gobyerno na in-audit ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Like, kami rin, sir, either blue or black po ang ginagamit namin.
Ha?
Either blue or black din po yung ginagamit namin.
Yeah. And I would like to show kung ano yung ink dun sa pag-imbestiga namin eh. Yan. Yung kulay. It's Prussian blue. Would you confirm that this is the same or color as the ones in the ARs that were submitted to you?
Hindi ko na maalala ang itsura, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Tingnan po natin yung kwan. Yung pinirmahan ni Assistant or ASEC Ortonio. Hindi po ba parehas yung pinakita ko na Prussian blue?
Mukhang parehas, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Mukha pong parehas.
Parehas. So, it's the same ink used by ASEC Lemuel Ortonio, the Assistant Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Tama?
Mukha pong pareho, Mr. Chair.
No. Now, Mr. Chair, there had been also observations that there are acknowledgement receipts which bear the same or similar handwriting. Parehas po ang handwriting na may nakita rin po ba kayong ganon, Madam Attorney, na halos parehas ang handwriting doon sa mga ARs?
Hindi naman po kami experts sa handwriting, Mr. Chair.
Hindi naman kailangan ng expert para makita ko minsan yan eh. Comsec, pwede mong kwan? Yung picture ng halos parehas ng kwan, ng handwriting. Yung AR dated July 27, 2023 and July 25, 2023. Kung pwede pakita. No problem. Hindi may kwan. Saan ba sila?
Sir, may I be acknowledged while we're waiting for ICTS to fix the technical problem?
Yes, Counsel, you are acknowledged.
Your Honor, we would like to recognize Honorable Julian Jam, Barona, Deputy Majority Leader of the Lone District of Iloilo City, and Honorable Crispin Diego Pimulya, Vice Chairperson from the 7th District of Cavite, Your Honors.
Attorney, bago natin, kasi nagkakaroon ng technical problem, magtanong din ako kasi hindi ako naliliwanagan dito sa yung there is a deficiency, I think, that you have noted. The payment of rewards to informers must be supported with documents evidencing the success of the information gathering and or surveillance activities on account of given by the informer. Ito po yung ginamit doon sa yung YSL.
Yes, Chair.
Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano po yung ang aking pagkaintindi rito, correct me if I'm wrong, na dapat may makuha ng information na ginamit yung confidential fund and that an activity was conducted because of that information and that information gathering and that activity were successful.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama po ba yung
Tama
pagkaintindi ko?
Tama pa, Mr.
Now,
Chair.
if I may ask, how would you know or how would you be able to find out na merong information na nakuha muna before they have conducted their YSL?
Wala po kaming information on that. So, either may separate sila as part nung purchase of information and then separate yung rewards or nabayaran na siya same with the rewards.
Pero requirement po nyo yun, di ba? Requirement na circular.
Yeah. Kaya po yung yung
Because
additional
that
requirement.
is precisely the reason why you will justify the buying of information, which would lead to a successful event or operation.
Yes, Mr.
Di
Chair.
po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi ginagawa rin namin nung nasa servisyo ko yun eh. I know that.
Yes, Mr.
Pero
Chair.
parang pagkaintindi ko sa inyong clearing instruments, parang hindi, just because there was a certification that the YSL YLS pala were successful, tama na yun. Parang gano'n ang pagkaintindi ko. Samantalang nung kami ang nasa servisyo, ang requirement is that ipapakita namin na may information kaming binayaran and because of that information, an operation was conducted and it was successful. Di ba dapat ganun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero in the case of the confidential fund, the OVP and the DepEd, hindi ko nakikita yon.
Yun nga po kaya ni-require namin sila mag-submit ng additional documents. And yung nag-review po, naging sufficient na po yung certification from yung 5 certifications.
And that is enough to show na tama po yung ginawa nila. Just because nag-submit sila ng certification that YLS was conducted and it was successful. Di ba ang concept dapat nun is you use confidential fund to buy information and because of that information bought or acquired, you conduct an operation.
Yes,
And
Mr.
that
Chair.
operation should turn successful.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ganun po yung requirement sa amin nung nasa servisyo kami. Intelligence fund.
Yes, Mr.
Basically, they are the same.
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
So, bakit po naniwala kayo sa certification lang na successful yung pag-conduct ng YSL?
Since yun nga po, independent na agency po yung nagbigay ng certification, and sabi naman po niya na because of the YLS nga, wala pong na-influence na mga bata, we deemed it successful. Compared po dun sa yung sabi niyo po kanina na yung sa VP PG group, ang sinabit lang po nila was a listing of the activities of the Vice President. Which is, wala naman pong insun kung may success ba na may successful activity ba na nagawa because of the information they have gathered?
Yun yung sa security group.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And is there any way that you will determine that the confidential fund of the OVP and DepEd, these funds were used sa activity ng VPS security group? Kasi they have their own funds. That was the first question I asked you a while ago.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
That the Presidential Security Group and part of that is the Vice President Security Group. May pondo po sila, naka-allocate talaga.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, but they were not able to show. If I will appraise yung documents, they were not able to show that confidential, the OVP and the DepEd were used in such activities.
Yes,
Can you
Mr.
see that they were used?
No, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga po, hindi naman siya na-consider since yung list of activities lang po ang sinubmit nila. Which is, alam nila since sila naman po yung kasama ni VP sa mga activities na yun.
But anyway, hindi pa rin yata tapos page. Pwede na. Pakishow nga yung yung acknowledgement receipts dated July 27 saka July 25, 2023. Wala pa rin. Ipakita mo na lang sa kanya. Madam Attorney, papakita ko na lang sa'yo yung observation namin. Yan lang, tingnan mo lang yung receipt na yan. Because ask questions. Okay? Pwede. Did you notice na isa lang ang gumawa nito?
Mr. Chair, sorry, tinignan
yun
ko
lang
lang.
sinasabi ko eh. Kaya tingnan mo. You observe it properly. Ayan na. Okay na. Ayan. Nakita mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you confirm that these were submitted to your office?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, if you observe, kindly observe the letter J. Tama po ba na halos parehas yung letter J dyan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Tama rin po ba na parehas din yung color ng ink na ginamit at saka yung lapad po ng pagkasulat?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you be able to state, Madam Attorney, na these two receipts were written by the same person?
Probably, Mr. Chair.
Probably. Pero these are two different acknowledgement receipts indicating different dates
Yes,
and
Mr.
indicating different payees. How can that be?
Pwede naman pong either of those two persons wrote the same and then someone else
So that is
signed.
regular? No.
I'm not saying regular po, pero it
Hindi
could
nga,
happen.
tinatanong ko nga is, nagkakaroon tayo ng observation.
Mr.
Do you think this is regular? No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, makikita po natin dito na there are certain things na irregular in so far as the DEPs or acknowledgement receipts submitted by the two offices doon po sa COA. Now, I would like to point again another observation which we have made. This time, an acknowledgement receipt with the name KV that repeats in OVP and DepEd acknowledgement receipts. Kindly show yung OVP at saka DepEd acknowledgement receipts. O, parehas lang yan. Nandun sa OVP, nandun pa sa DepEd. Hindi nyo napansin ito.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair, since na-audit siya ng magkaibang time.
Okay. Pero would you confirm that the two ARs parehas ang pangalan na kay V?
Hindi ko na maalala yung exact document, Mr. Chair.
Sige, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Again, Mr. Chair, pwede po bang ipakita natin yung last AR dated 12/30/2022? Sinabit din pa ito sa inyo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Yes.
Yes.
Basta lahat po ng sinabit namin po, Mr. Chair, sa inyo. Galing sa amin po.
Oh, sige. Yun ang bigay nyo sa committee.
Yes, Mr.
Tama,
Chair.
basa namin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. The name would read po ba Mary Grace Piatos?
Piati?
Ha?
Piati?
Piatos.
Piati?
Kapag kabasa ko, Piatos eh.
Y po yung last?
Y, hindi S.
May ano po siya eh.
Yun o, yun mo.
Y po. Since masyado nang mababa yung tail.
Okay. Now, sa tingin mo, totoong tao yan? What's your opinion?
It could be a person.
Could be a person. Pero, would you know na merong restaurant na Mary Grace sa pangalan?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At meron ding Piatos na brown ng potato chips?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you know that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Anyway,
It's
at least alam mo rin pala. Now, Mr. Chair, I would just like to repeat what I've said a while ago, na everything na tinanong ng aking mga kasamahan tungkol sa documentary evidence of payments or acknowledgement receipts ay karamihan po ay hindi po totoo. And therefore, if hindi po totoo, hindi natin malalaman kung saan talaga napunta yung pondo, yung confidential fund, until and unless we would be able to grill yung dalawang SDOs, the SDO of the Office of the Vice President and the SDO of the Department of Education. Si Madam Acosta yata, saka yung isa. So, we can only surmise, Mr. Chair, na yung pondo, pupuntahan nun eh. Kagaya ng sabi ko, sa bulsa or nagamit po sa ibang bagay. Both, hindi po tama. Kasi kung ginamit sa bagay, and I think the lawyers of COA would agree with me that there's technical malversation. Kasi iba ang purpose ng pondo, ginamit sa iba. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marami pong salamat sa opportunity.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. The chair would like to recognize the Deputy Speaker JJ Suarez.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Kanina ho ay pinakikinggan ko po yung mga katanungan ng ating makasamahan dito sa committee. Kasama na rin po yung mga tanong ni Congressman Romy Acop. At balik tanaw po tayo ng kaunti at naalala ko po yung panahon na nagkakaroon ng Senate hearing na Poles na parang ganito din yung mga lumalabas na maraming mga acne seats na di umano fabricated, di umano gawa-gawa at parang hindi po maipaliwanag kung paano po ito tumutugma base po doon sa pondong nailaan para sa kanya. Gusto ko lang po tanungin yung COA, base po doon sa acknowledgement receipts na ipinakita sa atin ng ating mga kasamahang mambabatas, meron po kami napansin doon na parang 200 na acknowledgement receipts na signature lang, walang pangalan. Ito po ba ay pumapasa sa qualifications ng Commission on Audit?
For now, sir, ina-accept namin yung signature lang. Although, from here onwards, siguro po, require namin na name and signature.
Because I think we really have to look into this matter strictly. Kasi pag sinabi acknowledgement receipt, tumatanggap ka.
Yes.
Meron kang tinatanggap na pera, goods, or services from government.
Yes.
And how can you substantiate if that person in the acknowledgement receipt exists kung signature lang? So, is there any COA memorandum or policy when it comes to acknowledgement receipt guidelines?
For now, since ina-accept po namin yung signatures lang, wala po kaming yung basis kundi yung sa joint circular. But we will try to parang supplemental na po yung mga ibang COA issues.
No, my
I will-
question, ma'am, is there a policy by COA when it comes to requirements of acknowledgement receipts? What are the requirements in that paper so that COA can deem them acceptable?
May I be permitted to speak, Your Honor?
Yes, Miss Sofia Gemora, yours by the chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the regular audit, I'm very aware with the confidential fund because it has a joint circular, as a parameter. So in COA, pardon me, Your Honor, I call the memorandum, but we have this rule that we can reimbursable expense, what we call RER, receipt. Reimbursable expense receipt is acceptable up to 1,000 pesos and below. Other than that, of course, we need, as it is now, an invoice and any signature. It would, of course, accompany the full name of the recipient or those that signed on the particular receipt.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, that's the memo that I was pointing out to Ms. Remora. Meron po talaga kasi yun sa COA na kinikailangan full name ang nakasulat doon. At nabasa ko na rin po yun. Kaya nga po nakakapagtaka dito po sa 612 million pesos where acknowledgement receipts were submitted by the Office of the Vice President and by the DepEd Secretary then, ang dami po talagang red flags na nakita po ng committee. So unang-una ho, pangalawa ho, merong migrant beneficiaries. When I say migrant beneficiaries, they received funds from the confidential funds of the DepEd
and they receive funds from the confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President. Other than that, there are also instances where individuals receive funds many times, numerous times, from the confidential funds. Other than that, may instances din po na nakita namin na yung mga safe house na lang po na binanggit ni Chairman, parang hindi po namin masyadong maunawaan kung paano kagagastos ng 15 million pesos per quarter on safe houses under the Office of the Vice President. Bukod pa po doon, yung safe houses na bibayaran din under Secretary of... So of course, documentary requirements are submitted to you, but yes, Mr. Chair raised a lot of questions and red flags from my point of view. Kaya nga po, nakakalungkot na wala po dito yung mga SDO at saka si Ms. Lopez na nalaman po pala natin ay umalis po kagabi papuntang Los Angeles, California, because these are questions that they should actually be answering. Am I right, Yusek POAP? These are questions that they should be answering.
Based on the documents, Your Honor.
Based on the documents, correct, because they're the signatory of the documents. So with that being said, siguro para sa COA, tulungan nyo na lang kami. I think we need to come up with better guidelines, especially when it comes to requirements of acknowledgement receipts, so that ito pong mga pagmamagic na nangyayari ay hindi po mangyari. Dahil ang po natin dito ay pera ng mamamayan. Hindi naman to pera ng isang tao. Pera to ng Pilipino na dapat po natin inaalagaan.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Congressman Abante, you recognize.
Gusto kong malaman kung tapos na ang investigasyon ng COA dito sa service allowances na inyong binigay sa Office ng Vice President. Tapos na po ba lahat ng investigasyon?
Mr. Chair, dun sa notice of disallowance, antay pa po namin kung mag-a-appeal sila. So, hindi pa po final. Yung iba pong mga audit observation memoranda na issued po nila, nag-submit po sila ng compliance. Yun po yung mga pinag-aaralan namin ngayon.
Okay. So, hindi pa kayo tapos na po?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ilang porsyento na po ang natapos nyo? For example, like, so mayroon bang 50% or 60% or 70%?
Considering po na gusto niyong magpakat kami today, may mga nire-audit po kami and hindi pa po namin yung next, which is yung notice of suspension.
Okay. So, hindi mo maaaring masabi kung ilang porsyento lahat?
Mr. Chair, parang tatlong tao po yung tatlong ibang team members yung iba-ibang AOM, so hindi ko po masabi ngayon yung exact na yung status na po ng...
Sa mga natapos po ninyo, Mr. Chair, yung nakitang improper disbursement o violations po ng disbursement ng commercial fund?
Mr. Hindi ko pa po nare-review yung audit, so hindi ko pa po masabi ngayon, Mr. Chair. Nasa auditors pa po.
Meron po bang ibang pondo na aside from the confidential fund na inyo pong iniimbestigahan?
Sa ikaw po, confidential and intelligence fund lang po kami.
Ayun lang po ang inyo
Yes,
iniimbestigahan?
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yung
Yun lang po ang...
bansa po.
Oo. Nakikita ko nga, ikaw yung sa intelligence and confidential fund ka lang muna, no?
Yes, Mr.
So, meron bang iba dito na kasama natin sa COA na iniimbestigahan pa ang ibang mga pondo ng Office of the Vice President, maliban sa intelligence and confidential fund?
Your Honor, if I may, we have the regular audit team, which we are representing here. Regular audit team for the Office of the Vice President. Our team is here.
So, therefore, Mr. Chair, when you speak of the regular budget of the Vice President, so are you, meron ba kayong in-issue? Did you issue any of disallowances on some of the regular funding of the Vice President or no?
May I recognize, Mr.
Yes,
For the audit
you're
of
recognized.
CY, calendar year 2023, we have not yet issued, or we do not issue any disallowances.
Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Paduano.
in relation to the query asked by Vice Chair Abante, gusto ko na po linawin ko kasi ang tanong ni Chairman Abante refers to, and your answer, I think now, if I'm right, refers to other items. Kasi tapos na kayo doon sa notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr.
Tapos na kayo doon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung sagot mo kanina, question of notice of suspension, at saka, magkaiba yun.
Yes, Mr.
Ibang misyon.
Ibang-
Linawin na natin, but the
ibang-
subject, sandali po, let me finish first. But the subject matter of this investigation refers to the notice of disallowances that you issued. Di ba? Magkaiba yan, boss. Tapos na sila. Tapos na sila. They're waiting for the reply within 6 months.
Appeal po, Mr. Chair.
And that will be on?
February 2024.
Oh, yun. Again, Mr.
February
Chair, I have pointed this out during the previous hearing. Pag EUM kasi, okay, you issue an EUM for the Confidential and Intelligence Fund, the Office of the Vice President. Nag-issue kayo ng EUM and they're allowed
15 days to
50
answer.
days. You validate the reply, then you issued a notice of disallowance.
Notice of
And
suspension.
a notice of suspension if continuing.
Yes,
Tama,
yes.
di ba? Now, then after that, you issue a notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
now, kaya ang sagot dapat doon sa tanong ni Chairman Abante, tapos na kayo.
As to yung ND po, Mr.
Kaya
Chair.
nga Kaya nga kasi ang subject matter dito is all about the notice of disallowance. And we will talk about it again. If somebody will file a resolution to further investigate on the point that you have raised with regards to the 3 items that is not yet final.
Opo.
Yung audit nyo, di ba?
Opo.
With regards to Confidential and Intelligence Fund.
Yes,
Tama.
Mr. Chair. Yes.
So malinaw po yun. That's why in aid of legislation with regards to this investigation, Mr. Chairman, again, I will just like to reiterate, yung of the timetable given to the agency with regard to the notice of disallowance is too long. Sabi nga nila, justice delayed, justice denied. Why it will take 6 months? Sige, bakit 6 months? Because they have already submitted all the necessary documents. And it turned out, in your investigation, in your audit, lalabas na may mga problema. That's why you issue a notice of disallowance. Diba? Kaya Mr. Chairman, I hope a question of the charter or MCs, no? Or even the bill or a law should be passed with regard to confidential and intelligence fund, Mr. Chairman, should be filed and passed by this Congress. Kasi, kaya nga ang question of, question daw ng proprietedness of this investigation, sa case lang po ng Confidential Intelligence Fund, we have to file a bill and pass a law with regards to it so that it cannot be abused anymore. And only those agencies of government that will be given such fund. And second is question of the mandate of COA. It should not be 6 months. After issuing a notice of disallowance, it should be put as part of the provision of the charter or the mandate of COA, Mr. Chairman. Well, in fact, I will discuss later. Siguro nakapaganda Tandaan nyo na, yung Memorandum Circular 97-002 in relation to the mandate of BTR, in relation to special cash advancement, in relation to SDOs. Eh, yun yung mga bagay na dapat we have to legislate laws. Kasi kahit yung bonding law natin, napakatagal na yun. Di ba? And memorandum circulars lang ang pinapalabas natin. In fact, may issue pa doon sa SALN. And I will discuss it later. But again, Mr. Chairman, just to point it out and for the record, question of notice of disallowance with the General Fund being tackled in this hearing was already settled. The question now is yung 6 months. Tama po? And you just wait because we have, again, if somebody will stand to deliver a privilege speech or file a resolution with regards to the continuing audit being made by your department doon sa confidential intelligence fund, and that's the time we will discuss again the 3 items you have mentioned. Tama?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Na-confuse lang po ako kasi for the past how many hearings, in-include po sila kasi yung nagtatanong tungkol dun sa subsequent AOMs. Kaya po, yun po yung nasabi ko.
And we cannot discuss it because the chairman of this, of the village speech of the Honorable Valeriano is all about the documents you have submitted, the notice of disallowance. Tama?
Hindi lang po yun yung pinasubmit sa amin, Mr. Chair. Then, 2023 po, pinasubmit sa amin.
But is it part of now, the COA audit report that you have submitted? Is this part of the notice of disallowance that is being issued by COA?
It's a different period
Oh,
po.
kaya nga eh. Kaya sinasabi ko, we will discuss lang muna with regards to the notice of disallowance.
Yes, Mr.
Which is, mamaya, magtatanong din ako dyan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Congressman Abante, you're right.
With the query of Congressman Paduano and your answer of being able to finish all the investigations, and you said that medyo na-confuse ka lamang, di ba? So, ibig sabihin, you're telling us now with finality that all of the investigations for the confidential intelligence fund of the Vice President is already finished. That's what you're saying?
No, Mr. Chair. Yung 2022 lang po, ang ND, yun na po yung last na touch ng ICFAO po. Yung 2023 po ng OVP at 2020 ng DepEd, yun po yung ongoing ang audit.
So meron pong ongoing na investigation that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya po
Okay.
sabi po ni Mr. Chair na yung hindi lang po ang i-discuss. Kasi yung iba po, sabi po niya, ongoing pa po yung audit.
So you're giving that 6 months, no? The finished investigation and the ongoing investigation, 6 months, ganun po ba?
No, Mr. Chair, yung 6 months is for the notice of spoke, which is nasa rules po namin.
Mr. Chairman, 6 months for the office of the Vice President to comply and answer that notice of disallowance.
Oo.
And then, commission proper na. The
To
commission
appeal.
proper, sorry?
To appeal po, yung proper
Kaya nga,
to
yung appeal, di ba? Then the commission proper after 6 months
They
will
will
decide.
rule on it po.
Pero Mr. Ang sinabi niya kanina, natapos na yung 2022, di ba?
Yun po
Ang
yung
ongoing
subject ng
ngayon
ND.
is 2023 and 2024.
Wala pong 2020.
At 2024. So therefore, ano yung sinasabi niyong 6 months na notice of disallowances na kino-comply dapat ng Vice President?
Yung confidential funds po ng 2022 ng OVP, umabot na po siya sa notice of disallowance. So from the time that we issued the notice of disallowance, they have 6 months po to further appeal with the commission proper ng COA. Ang iba pong dinidiscuss natin pertains to confidential funds ng 2020 2023 po, hindi pa po yon notice of disallowance. Na AOM pa lang po siya. Kaya hindi pa po siya comparable dun sa ND ng 2022 na subject to appeal na po.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Ako made a statement kanina about cash advances that was made. Ano? So, let me ask, ilang cash advances yon na ginawa nila?
Apat po sa Office of the Vice President and tatlo sa DepEd.
And all of those are deposited sa land bank, correct?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Land bank, did you allow cash advances? Do you allow cash advances?
Sino po ang sasalang bank?
Is that one of the rules? Do you allow cash advances?
AV Ampo Sano, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, may be recognized, please.
Yes. Attorney Rafael Yap, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to apologize, but we'd like to manifest that we cannot answer the question right now because we were still, we received the invite to attend today's hearing after 4 p.m. yesterday. So we beg the committee's indulgence to allow us to provide the info once we collate and heard po sa aming office.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for Land Bank to submit to us all the informations on the cash advances made by the Office of the Vice President. Will you please do that, Mr. Chair?
So we will provide, Mr. Chair, we will provide the info after once cleared na po sa aming office po.
But once again, Mr. Chair, my question was not actually answered. My question is, do you allow cash advances?
Chairman.
Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, of course, cash advancement, cash advancement for the OBP will not be a subject of decision for the land. But siguro ang tanong is, do you allow check encashments? Do you allow? It's just a matter of policy. Do you allow?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes. Yung check encashment. Advances, of course, so you allow?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, may mga tanong pa ako kasi ang susunod si Kong Maka pa.
Mika Swansing. The next interpellator is Congresswoman Mika Swansing. You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, if okay lang, with the indulgence of Kong Mika, I have a few related questions dun sa mga nabanggit din ng iba nating kasama.
Okay. Okay po sa inyo, Congresswoman?
That's okay. That's okay, Mr. Because my interpellation will be in a very different topic.
Okay. Yes, the chair recognizes Congressman Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kong Mika. Mr. Chair, sa COA din po address yung mga tanong ko dahil ilang beses na-mention yung pag-justify ng paggamit ng confidential funds through payment for purchase of information. Aside sa iba pang mga binanggit na dahilan kung saan daw ginastos. Mr. Chair, yung purchase of information isa sa mga lumitaw na may maraming mga acknowledgement receipts na kaduda-duda actually. Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po sa COA, nung binanggit po ng OVP kanang DepEd na may mga pinagamitan, may mga taong binayaran in exchange for the information that they provided di umano sa mga ahensya na ito. Mr. Chair, usually anong mga aktibidad po ito? Maliban doon sa na-mention na yung mga Youth Leadership Summit para daw mangyari yun, ganyan. Ano pa yung ibang mga tipo ng aktibidad under OVP or DepEd?
Mr.
Attorney Camora, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, yung kung ano po yung nasa accomplishment report nila, yun po yung activities na pinagkakagastosan nila nung pondo po.
So, ibig sabihin, Sir Chair, kasi yung sa OVP, for 2022, ito yung parang pahabol na nagastos in 11 days ng confidential funds. Ang activities po na ng OVP ay meron daw mga outreach program, merong mga Christmas gifts, ganyan. Bahagi din po ba yun ng mga na-site na para maging successful ang mga ngayon, di umano, ay kinailangan ng impormasyon, kaya gumamit ng confidential funds?
Pag sa purchase of information, Mr. Chair, hindi po required kasi yung evidence of success. Required siya pag sa payment ng rewards. Kasi it presupposes na there could be a separate payment for the purchase of information and then separate po ulit yung reward for the success because of that information purchase.
Okay, so given that, Chair, so kung doon tayo particular sa purchase of information, yun, ano-ano pong mga aktibidad yung na-site ng OVP man or ng DepEd na kung saan kinailangan nilang gumastos for purchase of information using confidential funds?
Mr. Chair, marami po yung sinubmit ng VPSPG na list of activities ng information. And I think...
Sige, Mr. Chair, like ano na lang pong mga ipon na activity, kahit hindi po ma-enumerate, pero mabanggit po ano yung mga kinds of activities na iyon?
Like for mga specific activities po ito, Mr. Chair, like for example, Nights of Rizal Supreme Council noong December 15, consultation with Barangay Chairman ng Maynila ng December 17, and then
Sorry, Mr. Chair, pwede po paulit para lang po mas malinaw. Ano po yung una at saka yung pangalawang nabanggit?
Yung una po, unahin ko na lang po dito based sa listahan. Number 13, Department of Education 2022 Partners Appreciation Night in Mandaluyong. And then December 15, Knights of Rizal Supreme Council 60th Year of Institute in Baguio City, Youth Campaign on Patriotism. And then December 17, marami po itong activities, mga Christmas activities sa Tondo, consultation with Barangay Chairman ng Manila, pasasalamat and update meeting with Barangay Batasan Hills, Quezon City, mga halos ganito
Okay.
po. And then coordination meeting with Task Force Davao in Davao City, and then Christmas activity with SPED students in Davao City. Mga ganitong nature po.
Okay. Mr. Chair, how about yung 2023 for OVP?
At 2023, Mr. Chair, ongoing pa po yung audit. Hindi ko pa po nakita yung list ng activities po nila.
Okay. Mr. Chair, how about 2023 DepEd? Liban dun sa mga Youth Leadership Summit.
Yung sa Youth Leadership Summit, yung sa 5 certifications po yun. Pero hindi po yun yung activity ng DepEd.
Precisely, Mr. Chair, kaya gusto nating malaman, maliban doon, kasi lumitaw na dito sa committee na sinite yun ng DepEd, pero i-dispute din pala ng Philippine Army na gumastos yung DepEd for that. So, meron bang ibang mga DepEd activities na yun yung sinasite pa ng DepEd na ibang pinagamitan ng kanilang confidential funds?
Ito po yung under acknowledgement receipts. Meron po silang abuse prevention and control within schools, anti-extremism / terrorism programs, anti-illegal activities operations, counterinsurgency. Yun po. And then under each activity, yun na po yung payment of rewards, provision. Yun po yung content nung acknowledgement receipts nila and yung accomplishment report po.
Tapos din po mga naka-attach na acknowledgement receipts para dun sa purchase of information para sa mga yon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. Chair, dun sa information, kasi bago pa man nag-grant ng confidential funds sa DepEd at sa OVP, nag-grant na sa iba pang mga ahensya. Tapos kapag purchase of information, pala namang niyang isang rate lang. So, Mr. Chair, usually, pag nakakarating na sa COA yung mga acknowledgement receipts or kung ano mang ebidensya, ano po ba yung range usually kapag merong mga nagpapasa ng ganong mga like proof na ginastos daw for purchase of information? Ano po yung kadalasang range kapag purchase of information yung pinagkagastusan?
Mr. Chair, iba po kasi depende sa agency and depende sa budget nila.
So, Mr. Chair,
wala pong definite na masabi na this range to this range.
sige. So, kapag ganun, Mr. Chair, pwede din siya mag-discretionary kasi ibig sabihin,
nila is a physical and financial plan. So, somehow, dun sa PFP, na breakdown na po doon kung ano yung sa tingin nila pupuntahan nung pondo po.
okay.
So, yun yung plan. And then, later on, yung accomplishment report is yung actual kung saan po nila na-spend yung pondo.
So yung plan, chine-check yun ng COA bago aprobahan na, sige, i-grant yung confidential funds for that agency.
Yes po. Sa cash advance po.
Okay. Thank you po dun sa mga sagot, Mr. Chair. Kasi kung ganun nga yung lumilitaw na parang madali pa lang mag-imbent proof of payment. Lalo na based dun sa mga pinakita kanina, meron pa mga visual na pagpapakita sa ating mga kababayan na kung merong kahit sinong opisyal, lalo na kapag nasa matataas talaga ng mga antas, kung dumating sa punto na gustong gamitin yung pera ng bayan para sa sariling interes o sa mga masasamang balak, ay madali talagang malusutan yung current na systems na meron tayo na supposedly ay dapat nga lalo kung nagbibigay ng confidential funds, ang assumption dyan ay merong kumpiyansa or confidence dun sa kung kanino o saang ahensya nag-grant ng pera. Pero it seems na alam pa kung purchase information yung isang madalas na isite, Mr. Chair, ay malaki yung room for discretion para magsabi lang halimbawa na okay, ganitong amount, bibigay ko sa ganitong tao kasi nagbigay siya ng information. Pero hindi rin, wala tayong sapat na batayan para masabi na naging effective na accomplish ng ganong mga purchase of information yung kanilang intent. And so to wrap up, Mr. Chair, lalo na I can really recall na noong 2022, doon pa lang nung formally na bahagi ng budget proposal ng OVP tsaka DepEd, yung confidential funds, ay ginagamit pa actually yung bahagi ng ating constituency, mga kabataan at mga bata, para i-protect di umano yung kanilang interes, i-defend yung kanilang welfare, protektahan daw sila mula sa mga gumagamit ng droga, child abusers, child exploiters. Pero as it seems, Mr. Chair, I don't think merong mga members ng committee who are actually convinced na naprotektahan natin yung mga bata at mga kabataan dahil sa pag-grant ng confidential funds both sa OPED. So, I really hope na maliban sa mapigilan na natin yung ganitong abuso sa confidential funds, yung mga hindi rin talaga nagpakita na katiwa-tiwala sila, no, sa paggamit ng pondo, dapat hindi na natin mahayaan na magkaroon ulit sila ng access sa ganitong pondo, lalo na pera ito ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino, pinaghirapan, nagbabayad ng buwis para sa pinagbabudgetan ng Kongreso. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. The next interpolator is Congresswoman Mika Swansing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Zia.
with the indulgence of Congresswoman Swansing, with the permission, of course, of my lead colleague, I'd just like to make a manifestation, a quick manifestation, Mr. Chair. Would that
What
be-
is your manifestation?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, well, apparently, I shared the disappointment of some of the members here. I, for one, want to ask questions, no, to certain individuals, invitees who apparently are not around. So I noticed we're hitting a roadblocks here, by their consistent refusal to attend these committee hearings. But then again, Mr. Chair, may I request perhaps to the chairman, I believe we have already sent an invitation to the DBM. Yes, and the questions that I have, Mr. Chair, is on not only on the utilization of the confidential funds, but as well as the manner by which these are being requested from DBM, how it was requested, when it was requested, Mr. Chair. So I believe, Mr. Chair, if with the indulgence of this committee, that I would also like to reiterate the invitation that we have sent already to DBM, particularly, Mr. Chair, on the Bureau on Budget Management, that's DASI, because I noticed the request from the OVP has been made through this office, and the correspondence between the OVP and the DBM is also between the Office of the Budget Management Bureau, DASI, and as well as the Budget Officer of the OVP. So if I may request, Mr. Chair, that by next time, we also send an invitation on this particular bureau under the office of under the Department of Budget and Management, so that for this humble representation, should there be any non-attendance again of the individuals that we are requiring them to attend in the next committee hearing, at least I have somebody to ask for clarification, Mr. Chair. So again, that would be my simple manifestation. I just like to put that on record, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Adjong. The COMSEC, please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Adjong.
Noted,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Congressman Mika, please proceed to your interpellation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of the chairman, I would like to move to a different topic. So throughout the hearing, we've been talking about the confidential funds and how the OVP has dispersed the confidential funds. But with the indulgence, chairman, I would like to move to looking into the regular funds and the disbursement of the regular funds of the Office of the Vice President.
Please
Mr. Chair.
proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I may I request the COMSEC to please flash some slides. I prepared some slides to illustrate the figures in terms of the pattern of expenditure of the Office of the Vice President from the years 2021 to year 2025 as proposed in the National Expenditure Program. Mr. Chair, I would like to highlight a couple of things on this slide. Before I start, I would like to put some caveats. I was able to put figures in 2021 and 2022 based on the COA annual audit report. So these are reflective already, Mr. Chair, of the actual expenditures. For the years 2023 and 2024, we are still waiting for COA to release the annual audit reports. So I based the approximate of the expenditure on the amount on the GAA, or the General Appropriations Act. And then for 2025, Mr. Chair, I based it off the proposal of the Office of the Vice President for the budget as reflected in the NEP, or the National Expenditure Program, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, before I proceed, I would like to pose a question to COA. COA, nagawa niyo na po ba yung annual audit report ng OVP for the year 2023? Kasi as per checking po, wala pa pong naka-upload sa COA website for 2023.
Miss Sofia Gemora, you are recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the publication for the 2023 annual audit reports, not only for the OVP but for all of the COA audit reports, duly transmitted to respective auditees or management. Our chair, in relation to the General Appropriations Act that was released for 2024, issued a memorandum that publication of the COA audit reports duly transmitted to the audited agencies will be uploaded by December 1 onwards, which publication will include the AAPC or the status of action taken by the management on the audit observations therein or in the audit reports, and as well as the APMT, which concretize the validation or a report validating the action taken of the management on the audit observations on that year or on 2023 annual audit reports, ma'am. Your Honor.
Noted on that, Mr. Chair. In the absence of the COA report duly published by COA, Mr. Chair, we will stick for now to the values indicated in the GAA for the year 2023 and 2024. Mr. Chair, please allow me to make general comments on the patterns that I've seen from the year 2021 to 2025. Dalawa po siguro yung gusto ko pong puntuhin dito po sa ating obserbasyon. Yung una po, kumpara po sa amount na nagastos ng Office of the Vice President ng taong 2021 at 2022, makikita po natin na mas malaki po o di hamak na mas malaki yung expenditure po ng Office of the Vice President para po sa mga kategorya na ating pong inilatag dito po sa ating slide. Pangalawa, Mr. Chair, napakalaki po nung across the different years po, napakalaki nung pagtaas noong expenditure ng Office of the Vice President para po sa iba't ibang mga kategorya. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to highlight two observations. First, the expenditures seem to be a lot higher from the years 2023 and as proposed in 2025 as compared to the previous expenditures before 2022. And number two, there's the jump across the different years seems to be very, very substantial for the different categories highlighted, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, iisa-isahin ko po yung iba't ibang mga kategorya para po atin pong mahimay at mailatag yung ating pong mga obserbasyon. Yung una po, Mr. Chair, ay patungkol po sa travel expenses o traveling expenses ng Office of the Vice President. Makikita po natin dito na kung atin pong titignan yung notes to financial statements ng COA, ay dalawa po yung pwedeng maging kategorya para sa traveling expenses, local and foreign travel. Hindi po pa natin alam sa kasalukuyan yung breakdown nitong mga amounts na ito kasi hinihintay po natin yung COA audit report. Pero dito pa lang, Mr. Chair, makikita po natin na parang ang taas. Para po sa taong 2023, mula po sa 20 million ng taong 2022 at 10 million lamang noong taong 2021. Bigla pong tumaas yung traveling expenses na OVP sa halos 60 million pesos bawat taon. At consistent po yun, taong 2024, 62.5 million at doon po sa proposal para sa 2025, nasa 62.5 million din. Dito po, Mr. Chair, nais ko po sanang tanungin yung COA. Meron po ba kayong ginagawang assessment or audit patungkol po sa nature of the travels? Tinitignan niyo po ba kung ito ba ay necessity? Necessary po ba ito to the fulfillment of the duties or the mandate of the Office of the Vice President? Tinitignan po ba natin kung reasonable yung gastusin sa bawat travel? Ano pong klaseng audit yung ginagawa po ng COA patungkol po sa traveling expenses, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, may I...
Yes, Mr. Tomawis, you're recognized.
Congressman Swansing, Mr. Chair, for the traveling expenses po, we base our audit on the Executive Order 77, wherein prescribed rates po doon for the travel abroad and local travel, and may mga parameters and guidelines and procedures and Also, we have also the documentary requirements ng COA wherein may mga requirements required to be submitted to substantiate or to validate yung mga travel expenses na na-incur ng agency.
Mr. Chair, thank you, sir. That's from the audit standpoint po. Maganda din po kasi sana kung meron po sana, Mr. Chair, na representante mula po sa Office of the Vice President. Maganda po sana nating maitanong na bakit kinailangan nila yung ganito kalaki na gastusin na traveling expense po. Kasi po nung sa mga previous years po, di ba po halos kung titignan natin, almost 20% lamang or 1/5 lamang nung kasalukuyang gastusin ng OVP yung traveling expenses. So, alam ko po na hindi masasagot ng COA yung dahilan kung bakit dumami yung travels. Pero sana po mabigyan po tayo ng linaw ng Office of the Vice President kung ito bang mga travels na ito ay necessary po. At ano po yung, paano po ito nag-align doon po sa mga objectives at mandate ng Office of the Vice President.
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
Yes, Mr.
po?
Tomawis, you are recognized.
Based on our report po, dun sa travel expenses, since ang OBP for the 2023, nag-full blast sila kasi nagkaroon po ng expansion, which is yung satellite offices and also yung disaster operations nila. Wherein the other previous administration po kasi wala pong satellite offices. That's why lahat po ng travel expenses in relation to the operations in the satellite offices, kaya po lumaki yung amount of expenses pertaining to the travel expenses.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask COA, as a follow-up, yung travel expenses po ba, yan ay travel expenses ng mga staff ng satellite offices?
Based on this, kasama po.
Mr. Chair, maaari po bang ibahagi sa atin ng COA ilan pong porsyento dito po sa 59.5 million para po sa taong 2023? Ilan po dyan magkano po dyan yung local travel versus foreign travel? May ibabahagi niyo po ba yun?
As to the breakdown po, we cannot commit to answer the breakdown today po kasi wala po sa aming report as of this day po yung breakdown kung ilan po yung para dun sa staff at sa satellite offices.
Mr. Chair, siguro as an observation lang po, even naman po if we would look at previous administrations, ang nature naman po talaga ng jurisdiction ng Vice President ay national in nature. So, bumabiyahe naman po talaga yung ating mga Vice Presidents all over the country. So, siguro po, yun nga, baka ang accounting factor lang po nun kung bakit tumaas ay dahil po dun sa mga satellite offices. At yun po siguro yung tanong natin, Mr. Chair, dati pa, simula pa nung nagkaroon tayo ng pagtalakay patungkol dito, ano po ba yung necessity noong mga satellite offices na iyon kung napakalaki po ng epekto nun doon po sa mga expenses, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, I would like to move to the second category po, which are the supplies and materials expenses. Siguro, Mr. Chair, isa po sa makikita natin dito ay, sorry po, Comsec, previous slide lang po. Ayan po. Yung second category po ay yung supplies and material expenses. Mr. Chair?
Yung slide, please.
Ayan po. Ito po siguro, Mr. Chair, yung medyo kailangan natin pagtuunan ng pansin. Napakalaki po nung tinaas noong expenses pagdating po sa supplies and materials. Noong taong 2021 po, yun ay nasa 92 million. Para sa taong 2022, 53.5 million. Pero po sa taong 2023, times 5 po yung itinaas noong supplies and materials expenses. At patuloy po yung pagtaas. Tumaas po siya ng 70 million sa pagitan ng 2023 at 2024 at tumaas palo by 60 million mula po 2024 at 2025. Siguro, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po patungkol dito, pag tinignan po natin yung mga kategorya or subcategories under the supplies and materials expenses, titignan po natin, office supplies, welfare goods, medicines expenses, medical, dental, and laboratory supplies, fuel, oil, and lubricants, semi-expandable machinery and equipment, semi-expandable furniture, fixtures, books, at other supplies and materials expenses. Siguro po, tatanungin po natin, bakit po kakailanganin yung daang-daang milyon para po sa mga supplies at materials na ito. So, Mr. Chair, dahil po wala po tayong representante mula po sa OVP na sasagot ng tanong na ito, kung maaari ko pong matanong muli sa COA, may ginawa po ba kayong audit o assessment patungkol po sa nature nitong mga purchases na ito?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized po?
Yes, Mr. Tumawis.
Mr. Chair, the main reason po nung increase nung supplies and material expenses from 2022 to 2023 is reason po is nagkaroon po ng extensive na mga disaster operations during the 2023 at the same time po nagkaroon po ng satellite offices. So particularly po kung makikita niyo po dun sa welfare goods and expenses, yan po yung lumaki po talaga at dun sa other supplies and material expenses wherein mayroon po dun program po si Office of the Vice President about the pagbabago campaign, A Million Learners and Trees program po. So wherein yung mga distributions nila po doon or mga supplies na nagagamit, dito po na i-record. So kung hindi natin po kasi maki-compare sa 2022 kasi po magkakaiba po yung programs in the 2023 wherein dumami na po yung programs ni OBP. And then at the same time, if I may read the notes to FS po, doon sa welfare goods, the welfare goods expenses consist of relief goods and food boxes distributed to the disadvantaged individuals and families and to those affected by various calamities. It also includes the purchase of rice intended for the relief operations. And nandito rin po na ang reason po ng increase is due to the extensive relief operation in CY 2023 conducted by the Disaster Operations Center and various satellite offices. That's for the welfare goods po, kaya po siya tumaas. Then for the other supplies and material expenses, nag-increase po kasi may mga purchase schools bags and other supplies po na binibigay po ng Office of the Vice President relative dun sa pagbabago campaign po na program po nila.
Mr. Chair, siguro po ang tanong ko po sa COA, para kasing program project-based yung mga expenses po na nabanggit ninyo, chargeable po ba siya dapat sa MOOE?
Yes po. Yes, Mr. Chair. Depende po kung ano yung nature.
Siguro,
And-
go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes,
recognize?
Ma'am Hemora, you are
Thank you,
recognized.
Chair. Of course, ma'am, with the programs comes the different items that will be used for the implementation of the program. So if there will be, earlier said by Mr. Fahad, there were ano ba yun? Mga welfare goods that were procured and other bags for the, ano ba yung program? Pagbabago Kaday program. So, these are recorded in the MOE for the procured items that were related to the implementation of the different programs implemented during the year.
Mr. Chair, dahil po napakalaki po noong halaga na ating pinag-uusapan dito sa supplies and materials expenses, meron na po bang liquidation na naganap para sa mga ito? Na-audit na po ba yung liquidation, lalo na po doon sa mga disaster operations, doon po sa mga bags, school supplies? Natapos na po ba yung liquidation and audit?
Mr. Chair, for the
Yes,
audit of
Mr.
2023, natapos na po namin yung audit So based on audit, meron na po kaming audit report and mga findings which are included na po sa annual audit report ng 2023. So which is pertaining po dun sa deficiencies noted on the distribution of welfare goods, as also for the deficiencies noted on the Pagbabago campaign program. So we have issued audit observation memorandum, and we also included in our report all our findings on that programs po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think COA highlighted something very important. Ito pong welfare goods, which is a huge percentage of the supplies expenses po, ay subject po ng AOM. Tama po ba? Opo. Kung pwede po sana nating makita yon, Mr. Chair, kapag pwede na po maipakita sa atin ng COA, dahil po gusto nating siguraduhin na gastos po ng tama itong mga yung halaga dito po sa welfare goods at doon po sa pagbabago program, dahil po subjected siya sa AOM. Mahalaga po para sa committee din ito na makita po kung ano yung find lalo na po doon sa deficiencies, siguro po sa mga acknowledgement receipts po ba yan, sa liquidation reports, mga resibo, ganun po ba? Sa procurement process po ba yung findings ng COA, Mr. Chair?
Sino?
Your
Yes,
Honor.
Ms. Kimora.
Yeah. For the different audit observations included in the annual audit report, we have already, more or less, it's on like for example, the distribution list of the welfare goods and other items that were distributed to the different recipients of these programs. So, if report, we have already submitted to the oversight body of the Congress, which is to the Speaker of the House, which we are, of course, mandated to in what's this, September, no? Or July, I think, or August, we already submitted. But of course, if the committee would request a copy, we would readily provide you with, even if before the December 1 publication, subject to the, of course, approval of the Commission on Audit Chairperson, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, kung pwede po nating tanungin sa COA, kung pwede niyo pong i-disclose sa committee natin ngayon, how much is the amount in question under the AOM? Ilang milyon po?
Wala tayong amount.
How many hundreds of thousands of pesos?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Tomawis, you are recognized.
Actually, yung as to the amount po, is hindi namin masasabi na itong amount na to is may irregularity or may somewhat. But then, our audit kasi po is, or audit report is, or this result is pertaining dun sa mga these deficiencies observed dun sa existing guidelines. So more on the internal control po ng distribution of welfare goods, yung mga nakita naming may deficiencies wherein they need to improve it para po ma-secure na yung distribution po is talagang nakakarating po sa mga tao.
Pero di ba po nakita ko na po kasi yung previous AOMs nyo eh. Mako-compute mo more or less eh. How much is the amount in question under the AOM? Kasi po yung previous chart po, di ba, na ginawa ko po at linatag ko po sa komite. Kaya ako po nagawa yung mga numbers na yon kasi pag tinignan niyo po yung AOM, sa dulo ng AOM, may total amount po yun eh.
Mr. Chair, we usually audit the accounts. Kung, for example, po yung welfare goods. So yung naka-record po sa balance niya is 176 million, but then it doesn't mean po na lahat po yun is yun yung may irregularities or may something. So kung titingnan po natin, we only base our result on the internal control as a whole for the distribution of welfare goods.
Sige po, Mr. Chair. Once the AOM is available, Mr. Chair, I would like to seek your permission for me to peruse it. Kasi po, medyo malaki yung amount na binabanggit po ng COA ngayon, 176 million, yung welfare goods. And doon po nakita yung deficiencies doon po sa audit findings ng COA pagdating po sa mga supplies. So, Mr. Chair, I think this is a flag that the committee should take a look at. And pag nakita ko po yung AOM, Mr. Chair, I will peruse it and for committee po. Mr. Chair, I would like to move to the next category, which is the professional services, Mr. Chair. If I may request the ComSec again to please show previous slide po. Mr. Chair, pababalikan po natin ulit doon sa professional services. Same pattern po, Mr. Chair, napakalaki ng pagtaas. Mula po sa 75 million ng 2021 at 56.1 million ng 2022. Bigla pong tumaas, lumaktaw po more than 3 times to 194 million ng taong 2023, 98 million ng 2024 at 105 million sa proposed 2025. Siguro, Mr. Chair, ang interesante po nating tignan dito ay doon po sa taong 2023, mas mataas pa yung expenses sa professional services kaysa po sa personnel services. So, ibig sabihin, mas maraming externally contracted na mga services kaysa po yung mga personal services na internal na plantilla positions within the OVP. So, siguro po, one thing I would like to flag to COA as well is yung professional services po ng 2023 ay mas mataas pa sa internal or personal services ng OVP. Pangalawa po, Mr. Chair, if titignan po natin yung subcategories under professional services, 3 pong klase yun. May auditing services, consultancy services, and other professional services. Siguro, it would be interesting, Mr. Chair, to take a look at this na bakit po umaabot ng 194 million, almost 200 million, yung expenses ng OVP para po sa externally contracted or professional services, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, again, ideally, gusto po sana nating tanungin yung OVP para maipaliwanag po nila to. Pero kung masasagot po tayo ng COA ngayong araw, base po sa kanilang audit findings patungkol po dito.
Mr. Tomawis.
Mr. Chair, based on the audit report po, ang actual expenditure for the professional services is only 62.6 million. Aside from that, budgeted po. Kasi based on the GAA po, di ba po yung 194 million. So based on the actual po is only 62.6 million po yung na-incur during 2023. As compared po dun sa 2022 na 56 million po.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll do a quick math. 1 second.
So hindi ko alam kung may balik, ma'am, o hindi na-release.
So, ibig sabihin po, 32% lang yung utilization nila for professional services? Ano po yun? Quick math lang po, 32 divided by 194.
Yes po.
Opo. Sige, Mr. Chair. That I understand. Pero in the succeeding year, 2024 po, meron na po ba kayong utilization report? Running utilization po?
Unfortunately po, Mr. Chair, for the 2024 po, wala pa po kaming running balance as to the utilization po.
Mr. Chair, pwede ko po ba tanungin sa COA kung patungkol po sa professional services, gumagawa po ba kayo ng audit or ng assessment patungkol po dun sa nature ng mga kontrata? Ibig sabihin po, yung nature of the projects na nagkokontrata sila for, and then whether the enlistment of these consultants are necessary. Chine-check niyo po ba yun? May ganun po bang assessment na ginagawa yung COA?
For the audit po usually, we are bound by yung mga rules and procedures po. Tinitingnan po namin to the extent po na nako-comply ng agency po yon. If ever po may mga deficiencies or not compliance dun sa rules and regulation, we communicate the information to the management and take their management comments. Then after that po, nagkakaroon na po ng evaluation, then that's the time po nagkakaroon na po ng kung masasatisfy kami or kung if ever lang na hindi na-comply. If ever di pa rin kami satisfied with their management comments, then meron na po tayong mga other actions po.
Sir, yun lang, Mr. Chair. Kailangan lang po nating tignan. And I think this is a sort of assessment that COA is not able to do at present. We need to check the necessity of these contracts. Is it actually necessary for the OVP to undertake these contracts with, for example, the different auditing firms, law firms, etc. And kung tama ba yung kontrata. Kasi yun lang po, mataas po siya eh. For 2024, while 62 million lang yung sa 2023, ang hiningi po muli ng OVP para sa 2024 ay halos 100 million. So, yun lang po. Sana po matignan din po na COA yung necessity of engaging in these contracts, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may recognize po. Okay. Mr. Chair, since nabanggit po ni Congressman Swansing yung sa other professional services, actually yung other professional services po is pertaining dun sa mga cost of services na binabayad natin sa contract of service personnel po ng OBP. Since po nagkaroon po ng satellite offices ang OBP, they need to hire more contractual services po. That's why po yung mga sweldo po nila, pinapasweldo po natin sa kanila is dito po kinukuha dito sa fund na to.
Noted on that, Mr. Chair. Thank you. For the next one, Mr. Chair, General Services po. Gusto ko po mag-move dun po sa susunod natin na category. If I may again request the COMSEC to please flash. Dito po sa General Services, Mr. Chair, similar po to the other line items, napakalaki po ng pagtaas. Mula po sa 10 million ng 2021, 14 million ng 2022, at 9.9 million ng 2023. Bigla pong tumaas to 42.7 million para po sa taong 2024, at ganun din po yung pinopropose na OVP para sa taong 2025. Sir, Mr. Chair, interesante pong tignan itong kategorya na ito sapagkat pag tinignan po natin yung subcategories under general services, pag nakita po natin environment and sanitary services, janitorial services, security services, and other general services, mapapatanong po tayo na bakit po na-multiply po by 5 times yung gastos ng OVP between year 2023 and 2024. Kasi po itong mga nature ng mga services na ito, like janitorial services, sanitary services, security services, should be fairly stable and consistent across years. So, bakit po tumaas ng halos 33 million. Yun pong general services, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Tumawis.
for the actual expenditure po ng general services for the 2023 is around 25 million po.
So, 9.9 yung budgeted, naging 25 million.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
And for 2024, Mr. Chair, hindi pa tayo masasagot ng COA.
Your Honor, may I be recognized?
Yes, Ms. Yamora.
The MOE, which is incurred by the OVP in relation to professional services based on the financial statements submitted by the OVP but not yet audited, di ba? But not yet audited by our team, totaling 11.6 million po. That's for the janitorial and security services, Your Honor. From January to July 2024. That's the latest financial statements that have been submitted to the Commission on Audit. So particularly the financial statements on performance.
Noted, Mr. Chair. So I guess pang projected natin for end of year is roughly 23 to 25 million
yes.
then, times 2. Noted in that, Mr. Chair. And last category po, which I would like to focus on, would be the rent and lease expenses, Mr. Chair. Rent and lease expenses, I believe majority of this goes into the rent and the leases of the satellite offices. So Mr. Chair, dito po makikita natin na taong 2023 ay 33 million po, 60 million ng 2024, at ang hinihiling po ng OVP ay 80 million para sa taong 2025. So Mr. Chair, for the rental expenses, Comsec, please move to the next slide. Dito po, Mr. Chair, makikita po natin yung detalye kung magkano po yung binabayaran ng OVP na renta para po sa kanilang mga satellite offices. Mr. Chair, this is based off, actually this is directly lifted from the briefer on OVP's rent or lease expenses in satellite offices as of September 19, 2024, supplied by the Commission on Audit. Siguro, Mr. Chair, several things that we would like to highlight here. So for the central office of the OVP in Cybergate, ang binabayaran po na monthly rent ay 2.1 million pesos para po sa head office. Para po sa, bukod po doon, yung Disaster Operations Center, meron pong 258,000 na rent every month. And then for the other satellite offices, Mr. Chair, meron po tayong nakikita dito na malalaki din. Halimbawa po yung sa Cagayan Valley, satellite office po ay 115,000 every month. Para po sa Bicol, 155,000 every month. Sa Cebu ay 149,000 every month. Sa Calaga po, medyo malaki po, 220,000 every month. And sa BARM po ay 120,000 every month. So siguro, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko po dito sa COA, kasi po several of these seem very high for the location in terms of the rental rate being paid for a certain location. So ang tanong ko po sa COA, meron po ba kayong ginagawang assessment kung dumaan po sa tamang canvassing, bidding, procurement procedures, ito pong mga satellite offices bago po mag-enter into the contracts?
Mr. Chair, based on the audit po, itong mga pag-procure po ng rent expenses ng OBP, dumaan po siya sa Procurement Act 9184.
So, Mr. Chair, does that mean na nagkaroon ng canvassing, nagkaroon ng bidding?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Next question, Mr. Chair. May ginagawa po bang assessment yung COA kung at par po sa market rental rates yung binabayaran ng OVP? Halimbawa po, for BARM, doon po sa Cotabato City, para po sa 220 square meters na property, ganun po ba yung going rate sa Cotabato City?
Mr. Chair, one of the supporting documents po dun sa payment of rental po is yung cost benefits po ng agency. So doon namin ini-evaluate kung tama po ba yung rate na nakuha nila based on that cost analysis po, cost benefit analysis.
Mr. Chair, sorry, what do you mean po by you're basing off whether the market rate is correct based on the cost-benefit analysis? Kasi hindi po ba ang assessment dapat niyan ay titignan nyo yung comparable properties in the area? Hindi po siya cost-benefit analysis, Mr. Chair.
They are also comparable po, nagko-compare po sa ibang lessors.
Can you categorically confirm, Mr. Chair, that you've done that for every single one of the satellite offices?
Unfortunately po, ang audit po kasi namin is on a sampling basis po. So it is not 100% po for the whole satellite offices.
So which, Mr. Chair, of these satellite offices did you do that assessment on?
Pwede kasi hindi kami ma-recall po kung ano yung satellite offices particular na nakita namin. We can submit na lang po kung ano yung satellite offices na na-evaluate na po namin as to that reasonableness of amount.
Kasi Mr. Chair, just looking at it and doing like a quick research po, I didn't do like an on-the-ground research. Several of these po kasi seem to stand out na medyo mataas po yung rental rate para po dun sa size ng property, dun po sa lokasyon, para po dito sa ibang mga satellite offices. So if COA may please provide that information, Mr. Chair, alin po talaga dito yung nagawa nila ng assessment kung talagang at par sa market rate yung binabayaran po na rental rate ng Office of the Vice President, Mr. Chair.
So Mr. Chair, we will submit na lang po yung sinabi ni Congressman Swansing po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think I've gone through all of the categories, all of the line items that I wanted to highlight in today's committee hearing. Siguro, Mr. Chair, mas maganda talaga sana kung nandito po yung representante mula po sa Office of the Vice President para po masagot yung ating mga katatungan patungkol po dito sa mga expenditures ng Office of the Vice President. Kasi Mr. Chair, ang gusto talaga natin gawin dito sa committee na ito, both for confidential funds and regular funds, ay gusto po natin siguraduhin na bawat piso po na ating ipinagkakatiwala sa Office of the Vice President, pinagkakatiwala po ng sambayan ng Pilipino ay nagagastos po sa tamang paraan. So siguro, Mr. Chair, what we keep on wanting to highlight in this committee hearing is there really is a urgency in terms of demanding transparency, in terms of the budgeting, in terms of the utilization. Kasi halimbawa, Mr. Chair, in the absence of the COA reports, hindi natin alam na halimbawa ang inappropriate pala natin sa OVP is 194 million para sa professional services, pero ang nagamit lang pala nila is 62 million. Yung mga ganun po ba, Mr. Chair, utilization, liquidation, kailangan po talaga nating tutukan yon at tignan. At Mr. Chair, para po doon sa deficiencies na binanggit po ng COA, lalong-lalo na po doon sa 176 million na nabanggit ninyo patungkol po doon sa welfare goods, under supplies and materials expenses na kasalukuyan na pong subject ng AOM. Sana po ay matutukan niyo po yun. Masigurado po natin, medyo nakakabahala po yung sinabi nyo na ang kulang po ay distribution list. Ibig sabihin, sino yung mga naging beneficiary? Kung tama po yung pagkakaintindi ko doon po sa statement ninyo, parang kailangan siguraduhin na napunta doon sa mga intended beneficiaries, yung mga relief goods, yung mga bags, mga school supplies na binabanggit ninyo. Kaya sana po napakalaking halaga po ng ating pinag-uusapan, 176 million po para sa isang kategorya, para sa isang taon. Kaya sana po ay maimbestigahan po at matutukan po ng Commission on Audit ito pong mga deficiencies na tinutukoy nila dito po sa ating expenses. And yun lang, Mr. Chair, uulitin ko lang po. Looking at the figures po overall, dalawa po yung makikita natin. Di hamak po na mas malaki yung expenses, yung mga gastusin ng Office of the Vice President mula po taong 2023 hanggang sa kasalukuyan kumpara po sa mga naunang taon. At pangalawa, napakalaki po nung increase sa bawat taon noong mga gastusin po ng Office of the Vice President. Kaya yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to propound questions to our resource persons.
Okay. The next interpellator is Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Manifestation,
Congressman
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Just a quick question lang, Mr. Chair, kay Attorney Powa. Gusto lang po namin clarify. Attorney Powa, with you pong term kanina is you were pre-terminated, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gusto lang po namin malaman kung kayo po ba ay nag-resign or tinanggal sa OVP?
Nag-ano po kami, nagkaroon kami ng pag-uusap prior to the previous hearing. It was really a mutual decision, Your Honor.
What do you mean mutual po? Tinanggal ka po ba o nag-resign ka?
Nag-decide po kaming mutually kasi nag-express po ako na hindi ko kayang i-fulfill yung obligations ng contract as a spokesperson because to be honest with you, since I'm also a resource person here, I found it very difficult for me to go on media and be interviewed on the same matter kasi nawawala yung objectivity because I'm also part of the hearing as a resource person. So, sinabi ko po yun na I don't think I am capable of really fulfilling the contract. Naintindihan naman po ako, so we mutually decided na i-pre-terminate na po. Kasi ang contract ko po ay dapat hanggang December of this year. So, pin-re-terminate na lang po namin yung kontrata po.
Kanino po kayo nagpaalam?
Sa ating Vice President po.
Naging mutual po ba yung decision na ito? Or
I would like to think so, Your Honor, to be honest. Kasi ako naman, very forthright ako. Nagsabi ako ng difficulties that I'm encountering. Medically, I'm affected. But also, beyond that, it's really hindi ko ma-fulfill yung trabaho ko. Hindi ako makapagpa-interview. Hindi dahil sa ayaw ko. Pero I think it would be inappropriate. For example, if I'm asked about the proceedings, I would rather answer questions here rather than in the media, especially if it's a comment by a member of the committee. I think it would be inappropriate for me to comment through the media. So sa totoo lang po, nahirapan din po talaga ako and I expressed that difficulty to the principal. At I'd like to think that she really understood naman po at that's why nag-agree kami to pre-terminate. So I sent in my notice to pre-terminate the contract and wala naman po.
bakit po kayo nahihirapan? Nahihirapan po ba kayo dahil nahihirapan kayo ipagtanggol siya o meron po bang inuutos sa inyo na...
Hindi naman po, Mr. Chair, sorry. Hindi naman po. It's really, try ko pong i-explain. It's for example, meron pong interview regarding the proceedings here. Ako po kasi, personal view ko, kunwari, nagkomentong isang kagalang-galang na kongresista tungkol sa proceedings dito, or pagtanungin ako tungkol sa mga issues na pinag-uusapan natin dito, I don't think, out of due respect to the members of this committee, I don't think it would be proper for me to answer through the media. Tapos magkakaharap tayo dito, tapos either ulitin ko lang ulit yung sinabi ko. I would rather answer the questions here as a resource person. And I don't know if it's something that the committee would appreciate where I'm coming from. But sa totoo lang po, nahirapan ako magpa-interview. Kaya po kung mapapansin nyo, hindi ako nagpa-interview since nagsimula po yung itong committee na to. Hindi po ako lumabas sa kahit anong interview. That was my difficulty personally.
One more question, Mr. Chair. May mga inutos po ba sa inyo na nahihirapan kayo sundin kaya kayo nag-resign?
Wala naman po, Your Honor. I would like to be clear about that also. Wala naman pong inutos sa akin. In fact, kahit po sa interviews naman, I was given free rein to whether accept or not an interview. But lately, talaga pong personally, I don't know, it's me. I think it would be inappropriate to answer things through the media rather than through a committee. And then maybe after the investigation, pag may magtanong, then we can all discuss what happened during the committee hearing. Pero kung alam nyo naman po, minsan ang media, minsan tatanungin tayo, ano ang nangyari? Kung kunyari, hindi pa naman napag-uusapan sa committee, ayaw ko sanang pangunahan din po ang ating kagalang-galang na committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, for recognition.
Yes.
For recognition lang, ma'am.
Yes, Comsec.
Yes, thank you, sir. We would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Roberto T. Uy Jr., Vice Chairperson from the 1st District of Zamboanga del Norte. He was earlier here. And Honorable Joseph Jojo L. Lara from the 3rd District of Cagayan. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. The chair would like to recognize Congresswoman Luistro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to express my frustration along with the other members of this committee for not being able to ask questions to our resource speakers from the office of the OVP. I just hope that they realize that the committee is providing them an ample due process, an avenue for them to be able to refute, to belie the findings that we have established already. But they prefer not attending the hearing rather than giving their due explanation to all the issues which have been raised already. Mr. Chair, after the last hearing of the Committee on Blue Ribbon, the Vice President held a press conference, although apparently she did not address squarely the findings that we have established already. Among others is the huge cost of rentals for the safe houses, most especially the 16 million confidential fund that was used in 11 days for the safe houses. Second, the confirmation of Attorney Ozayas with regards to the receipt of DepEd envelope payola, which has been testified to already in the previous hearings by Yusek Mercado. And third is the denial of the AFP of having received any fund from the DepEd with respect to the Youth Leadership Summits and the information and education campaign which were conducted. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, there's one remark of the Vice President which indeed captured the attention of this representation. And if I can ask the Secretariat to please play this video clip of the press con. Since we're having some technical problem, let me share with you what she said during that press con. She said that the DepEd Confidential Fund ay ginamit para magbigay ng impormasyon sa militar at sa local government units kung saan dapat gawin ang Youth Leadership Summits at ang Information Education Campaign. First of all, Mr. Chair, I find it really strange. A civilian office like the Department of Education is the one which will be providing a confidential information to the military and the LGU with respect to national security. Hindi po ba baligtad ito, Mr. Chair? Because it is indeed the mandate of the AFP to promote and secure the national security and interest of our country. Pero dito po sa naging pronouncement ng ating Vice Presidente, she said, ang confidential fund ng Department of Education ay ginamit para magbigay ng impormasyon sa militar at sa LGU kung saan dapat gawin ang Youth Leadership Summits at ang Information Education Campaign. Mr. Chair, I wish to invite the attention of the committee to the certifications that were issued by the AFP and were submitted by the DepEd to COA in support of the utilization of the DepEd Confidential Fund, and the same provides YLS and IECs are conducted to prevent recruitment of teachers and students by terrorists and insurgents. May we request Attorney Camora to please confirm kung ito nga po ba ay nakasaad sa certifications ng AFP.
Attorney Camora.
Mr. Chair.
The certifications submitted by AFP to DepEd and which were subsequently submitted by DepEd to COA in support of the utilization of the DepEd Confidential Fund provides, among others, that YLS and IECs are intended to prevent recruitment of teachers and students by insurgents and rebels.
That is what is contained in the certification, Mr.
So you
Chair.
confirm?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And having said so, Mr. Chair, we must understand that there are 4 existing programs of DepEd. And I wish to know also from COA, sang program po ba pumasok ito? Because we have to understand that each program has their corresponding expenditure of the confidential fund. Can we please flash each program along with the corresponding expenditures? The program includes counterinsurgency, abuse prevention and control, anti-illegal activities, and anti-extremist or terrorism activities. Ang bawat programa pong ito ay may kanya-kanyang expenditures ng confidential fund. And if we can show this table, Secretariat, please. The table shows that for counterinsurgency program, first quarter, DepEd spent 2 million, and second quarter, DepEd spent 2,050,000. The second program is abuse prevention and control within schools, and expenditures for first quarter, 2.130 million. Second quarter is 2.370 million. Anti-illegal activities, first quarter, 1.5 million, and second quarter, 1.7 million. And for anti-extremism, first quarter, 1.8 million, and second quarter, 1.8 million. I understand, Mr. Chair, that the YLS and the Education Information Campaign has to fall in any of these programs. And considering the purpose that was indicated in the certification submitted to COA, I wish to believe na ito pong mga YLS na to at IECs na to ay part ng counter-insurgency program. Tama po ba ito, Attorney Camora?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
And having said that, Attorney Camora, ang total expenditures po for the counter-insurgency program is only 4,050,000 pesos, when the amount utilized is 15,540,000 pesos. Mayroon pong nawawala 10,490,000 pesos. Saan po kaya napunta itong diferensya ng nasabing amount?
Mr. Chair, we considered the entirety since ang sabi naman po, focus on protecting the schools and the youth from physical harm, criminalities, terrorism, and drug abuse. So, hindi na lang po siya sa counter-insurgency.
Mr. Chair, is it the intention of Attorney Camora to consider that the entire amount utilized, that is 15,040,000, were spent in all these 4 programs of DepEd? Is that what you are trying to say, Attorney Camora?
The fund was used for the payment of rewards po in relation to these 4 programs.
Yes,
So,
but there are
opo.
4 programs of the DepEd under which the utilization must fall. Kaya ang tanong ko po sa inyo kanina, when the certification provides that YLS and IECs are conducted to prevent recruitment of teachers and students by extremists and terrorists. Ito po ba ay tamang nasa ilalim ng counterinsurgency program?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because if so, since most of the expenses, or I should say all, of the 15,540,000 was utilized for this YLS and IECs, ang napapaloob pong expenditures for counterinsurgency program is only 4,050,000. Hinahanap ko po, Attorney Camora, saan po napunta yung 10,490,000?
Ayun nga po. Actually, binase din po namin sa certification na they've made mention that it's to protect the schools and the students from physical harm, criminalities, terrorism, which is one of the, and drug abuse po. So,
Then why did they not indicate those purposes in the certifications?
it's on the certification po. I'm reading from the certification po.
The certification provide for prevention of recruitment, the terrorists and rebels. Am I correct, Attorney?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano pa po bang ibang purpose ang nakasaad sa certification? Mayroon pa po bang ibang purpose?
Nakalagay po kasi, also because of this exchange of information, we were able to perform our civil military combat and intelligence operations in our AOR with focus on protecting the schools, their students, and the youth from physical harm, criminalities, terrorism, and drug abuse.
So from your point of view, Attorney Tamora, saang program po ba napapaloob itong YLS at IECs?
Sa anti-insurgency.
If you are saying that this falls under the anti-insurgency program, ano naman pong activities kaya ang kinonduct ng DepEd in line with their abuse prevention, anti-illegal activities, and anti-extremism?
Based din po dito sa YLS, yun pong other purposes nung YLS.
In other words, Attorney Tamora, you will agree with me that all the certifications pertain to YLS and IECs only.
Pero meron pong other purpose po kasi silang nilagay sa certification.
Then please enlighten us what activity falls under abuse prevention. What activity falls under anti-illegal activities?
I think the YLS activities also included, yun nga po, lectures on drug abuse, criminalities.
Are you not particular about defining, identifying sang programa po ba ito na papaloob? How are you able to account the expenditures if you are not even aware kung saan programa kasama yung mga activities ng DepEd?
I think that was not part of the yung naging part nung review nito. Dahil nung nagpasubmit po kami ng etong sa rewards.
I will raise the same question for the last time, Attorney. You were saying that the YLS and the IEC fall under counterinsurgency program.
Yes, Mr.
And that is
Chair.
only 4,050,000.
Yes, Mr.
Way
Chair.
below the 15,040,000 confidential fund that was utilized by DepEd. What therefore are the activities that fall under abuse prevention first?
Mr. Chair. Ito lang po yung naging basis namin, Mr. Chair.
I understand that this 15 million is not even a subject matter of an AOM or an ND. Tama po ba ako?
It was a subject matter of AOM po.
And then what happened with the AOM?
And then this is their answer, yung certification po.
And you simply adopted this.
Yes po.
And you agree with me that it is not clear with COA kung anong activity ang pumasok in every or each of the 4 programs?
Hindi na po namin kinategorize, Mr. Chair.
I wish to invite the attention of the committee to the total amount spent for all these programs. Nasa ilalim po. First quarter is 7.5 and then second quarter is 8.31. How can you give us a clear presentation on how this 15 million was utilized if you could not identify under which program every activity falls? Ano po bang ibig sabihin ng pagtango nyo, attorney?
Yun po, hindi po na-consider nung nag-evaluate po na i-categorize siya according to the programs of the DepEd.
But can you confirm to us, yun po bang certifications na sinasabi nyo, which is stated that YLS and IECs are intended to prevent recruitment? Pare-parehas po ba yan? O may iba pa pong purpose na nabanggit?
Ayun po, yung isang certification may ganun pong nakalagay na other purpose.
How many certifications are we talking about, attorney?
Dalawa lang.
For the entire 15 million, 40,000 pesos confidential fund of DepEd.
Mr. Chair, dalawa lang po.
Dalawang certification lang po. And I think it will be very easy with you at least to categorize, Attorney Kamora. San po bang program na pasama yan? Dadalawa naman pala. Can you please read the purpose of the first certification?
These combined activities benefited 1,300 participants for the YLS and 8,754 students for the IEC. These collaborative efforts with the DepEd, Region 1 NICA, Regional Office 1, and OPAPRU were conducted to insulate the students from exploitation by the communist terrorist groups and inform them of the ills of terrorism and communism.
Would you agree with me that that is counterinsurgency program?
Yes, Mr.
How
Chair.
much is the amount indicated?
There is no amount indicated in this particular
There is no amount
certification.
indicated. How about the other certification? Can you please read to us?
Only the first purpose po. Kasi, Mr. Chair, there is a second purpose in this one.
What
which
is the second purpose?
Yung first po na binasa ko na about criminalities, terrorism, and drug abuse. And then,
Is there any third and fourth purposes?
No, Mr. Chair.
Wala na. First
Opo.
and second.
Yes, Mr.
So in other words, the certifications provide, first is the counterinsurgency, and second, it encompasses the 3 other remaining programs.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
However, I wish to manifest, Mr. Chair, that the COA should be able to identify under which program each expenditures fall, because if I will be basing our interpretation to the certification which states as primary purpose that the YLS and IECs are conducted to prevent recruitment, then it means that the program which is being implemented by DepEd is the counterinsurgency program. And considering that the amount which was spent for this program is only 4,050,000, I wish to be enlightened, magkano kaya yung nagastos for the abuse prevention, magkano kaya ang nagastos para sa anti-illegal activities, At magkano kaya ang nagastos para sa anti-extremism? It is my humble submission, Mr. Chair, that the COA should be able to identify this, to be able to give a clear presentation and account of the public funds which were utilized by the Office of the Department of Education. Mr. Chair, moving to my second observation, the DepEd Confidential Fund, according to the Vice President, was used to obtain information where military and LGU should hold the YLS and IEC. Again, I find this strange. Nabaligtad na po, because the office which has the mandate on addressing the national security and interest is the AFP, the Office of the National Defense. So I wish to believe that matters concerning national security ay mas marami pong information ang DND compared to the Department of Education. But strangely, ang nakasaad po dito, ang confidential fund ng DepEd ay ginagamit para makakuha ng impormasyon at masabihan ang military kasama na ang LGU saan kayo magko-conduct ng Youth Leadership Summits at Information Education Campaign. Nonetheless, Mr. Chair, I wish to believe na dapat mayroon pong correlation ang source ng information at ang site or recipient ng YLS and IEC. Can we request the Secretariat to please flash the graph, the pie? Mr. Chair, the payment of rewards indicated in our graph shows, or should I say, is not consistent with the location of the recipient where the YLS and the IEC were conducted. Ang sabi po dito sa ating graph, nagkaroon ng payment of rewards sa Zamboanga del Norte, sa Zamboanga del Sur, sa Zamboanga Sibugay, sa Basilan, even in Sulu, Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, La Union, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, Zambales, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, Albay, Sorsogon, Masbate. However, Mr. Chair, the total of the payment of rewards is only 4,282,000. Again, if we compare this to the total amount of confidential fund, which is 15,540,000 pesos. Ang question, saan naman po kaya nadala itong nawawalang 11,258,000 pesos? Can we ask Attorney Camora, mayroon po ba kayong nakita sa inyong pag-audit? Saan ho ba nagkaroon ng YLS and IEC na hindi consistent sa location ng payment of reward?
Mr. Chair, yung location ng YLS and IEC is based on the certification po. These are the areas covered po nung activities. On the other hand, sa DEP po, yung payment of rewards, pwede po kasing yung informant is nasa ibang lugar or address po kasi niya yon or address niya kung saan man siya.
That is a
man
possibility, but
Opo.
I am certain that you were not able to inquire about that information anymore.
We don't inquire po beyond the
I understand, but are you really allowed to assume? Kasi what you are telling us is just an assumption. Pwede po na ang source of information ay nakatira sa Batangas. At magbibigay po siya ng impormasyon tungkol po sa Zamboanga del Norte. How do you think a person residing in Batangas will be familiar on what is going on in Zamboanga del Norte?
That is a personal ano lang po. But actually po, table audit lang po talaga ang audit ng confidential funds. So, it's talaga po kung ano yung sinubmit na documents.
In other words, Attorney Camora, you do not pay attention anymore even when the source of information are residing in places far from the site of the Youth Leadership Summits and the Information and Education Campaign.
Hindi na po namin pinagtugma
But were you able to see and observe these inconsistencies during your auditing? Nakita niyo po ba yon? I believe so. That is why you stated earlier na pwede naman pong nakatira sa ibang lugar and he will be giving information about another place.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But
You observe it during the auditing, but you did not conduct any further inquiry as to the correlation between the source of the information and the recipient or the location of the recipient of the YLS and the IECs. Do you agree?
yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi nyo na po pinansin. Mr. Chair, to conclude, dito po sa dalawang slides na ating ipinakita, if we will be anchoring our analysis on the programs of DepEd, it will appear that only 4,250,000 was spent for the counterinsurgency program, Mr. Chair. And therefore, there remains an unaccounted amount equivalent to 10,490,000 out of the total confidential fund, which is 15,540,000. Meanwhile, Mr. Chair, if we will be anchoring our analysis on the location of the source of information and the location of the recipients of the Youth Leadership Summits and the Information and Education Campaign, what is consistent with respect to their location is equivalent only to the amount of 4,282,000 pesos. So there remains also an unexplained amount of 10,490,000 pesos. Nasaan naman po kaya itong amount na ito? Mr. Chair, in conclusion, I wish to believe that the confidential fund of the Department of Education was not properly recorded at its best, or misspent, or misappropriated at its worst. It is the humble submission of this representation that there is a prima facie case of malversation, and in addition, an apparent case of breach of public trust. For us to be able to know whether there is malversation, 4 elements must be present. Number 1, there must be a public official. 2, he is the custodian of fund. 3, the fund must be for public purpose. And 4th, the public official took, appropriated, misappropriated, or consented, or through abandonment or negligence, permitted another person to take them. For the information of the public, ang malversation po can be done intentionally. We call it dolo, which is with criminal intent. And it can be done as well by negligence. We call it culpa. or by negligence. In other words, with or without criminal intent. If the four elements are present, which I believe they are present, there's a prima facie case of malversation. With respect to the breach of public trust, this is the violation of public's confidence in a public officer's ability to serve with integrity, impartiality, and in accordance with law. Public trust is mandated by no less than the fundamental law of the land. That is the Philippine Constitution. We wish to express our utmost trust and confidence to the 19th Congress of the Philippines in addressing the apparent infractions of our rules on malversation and breach of public trust. And to the Filipino people, Mr. Chair, rest assured that this committee will legislate the necessary laws to safeguard not only confidential fund, but all public funds. As likewise, we commit to recommend the filing of the necessary actions against people found liable for committing these infractions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. The chair will now move to another, or to the next interpellator, Congressman Pagduano.
Thank you, Chairman. May I proceed? Chairman, since the Bureau of Treasury is not present in today's hearing, may I move to invite the representative from the Bureau of the Treasury, especially those representatives present during the previous hearing for consistencies, Mr. Chairman. So move.
Comsec, please take note of
Noted,
the
Your
manifestation of Congressman Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, why we should invite BTR? Because issues about policies with regards to GMC, to regards to the Memorandum Circular 97-02 from COA, and MC 02 of 2019 by the BTR should be, we need to check the consistencies of such GMC and those memorandum circular, Mr. Chairman, with regards to special cash advances. Now, COA, please lang po, please prepare the next hearing yung question of the requirements for special cash advancement, no, for the SDOs, dun po sa mga accountable officers, especially in question of their capacity to refund just in case amount being given to them as authorized by their principal. In this case, it is the Vice President. Kasi po, kailangan natin po yun, no? Sorry? Please use the microphone.
Your Honor po, may I be recognized?
Yes, Ms. Hemora.
Your
you are
Honor,
recognized.
is it for the next hearing? May we be clarified?
For the next hearing, kaya nga pinapaunahan ko na po kayo, the questions that I might raise, no? Basta MC 7-002, BTR 02 of 2019 for the Bureau of Treasury, and yung GMC, no? How you check na lang po how consistent, because in the GMC may problema po doon. Kasi the requirements are being laid under provision with regards to the MC of COA 97-02, napakalinaw po, nandun yung SALN. But in the GMC, wala po. Then I will also discuss and ask about the salary grade of all those SDOs that was given an authority from the Vice President. Kasi ang appointing officer is the Vice President. Kasi po, if you look at the salary grade, but of course, salary grade is not only the basis, no? Mr. Chairman, but in fact, of course, salary grade is not only the basis. That is why one of the requirements should be the SALN. Because in the case of Mr. Edward Parda, His salary grade is only 17 with a salary of 41,508. Pero yung encashment niya in one check is 37 million. So we have to check on it. Kasi po, based on the record, napakarami pong mga officers in the office of the Vice President na mataas pong posisyon, ba't hindi sila binigyan? For example, in the case of Argonza Birinda, ang posisyon niya po ay Supervising Administrative Officer. 75,000 yung ano niya, salary niya. In the case of Cesar Abalon, Chief Education Program Specialist, doon po sa DepEd, ang salary grade niya is 101,000. Why 41,000 with a salary grade 8 sa 17 was given the authority to encash checks worth 37 million. And it happens not only once, it happens several times. So that will be the question that will be raised by this representation in the next hearing, especially on matters of policy. Now, because, sabi ko na nga, if the Office of the Vice President through the legal department is questioning about jurisdiction of this committee to investigate such government funds and expenditures, we have the jurisdiction because we are now questioning the implementation and some policies of COA, of the BTR, in this particular case. Now, so please, Comsec, paki-ano lang po, paki-inform yung BTR, that will be the question that will be raised in the next hearing po.
Noted, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, to the Land Bank, of course, a while ago, you mentioned about that you received the invitation in a short notice. That was just yesterday at 4 p.m. But let me remind you, I will not ask the details, but I will ask you now about the policies. And let me remind you, and for the record, we will not ask about specific bank details. And you cannot invoke the bank secrecy law. When in fact, that's why in this hearing again, question of jurisdiction, this committee has the jurisdiction because for the past several years, no, hindi lang to OBP, hindi lang to DepEd, all other agencies in government, and that includes LGU, may problema tayo because during the investigation in other committee, especially in my committee in the public accounts, question of the bank secrecy law is being invoked by the Land Bank. And this time, you cannot invoke because we have now the checks. We have now the checks that was encashed in your branch. Now, the first, eto, bibigay ko sa inyo, for Gina Acosta. This check was addressed to Gina Acosta in Shaw Boulevard branch. Shaw Boulevard. Sino ba yung ang manager nyo? Shaw Boulevard. Nandito ba siya? Wala. Wala. Comsec, Mr. Chairman, I move to invite the branch manager of Shaw Boulevard Land Bank in the next hearing.
Comsec, please
Noted,
take
Your
note of
Honor.
the manifestation of Congressman Paduano.
And with regards to DepEd, to the DepEd, nandito rin po yung mga cheque. The total is 112.5 million for 37.5 every check, million every check. Now this is from a Land Bank dito po sa Dex, sa Ultra Compound. Do you have a branch? So, Mr. Chairman, once again, I move that we invite the branch manager of this Land Bank branch for the DepEd.
Comsec, please take note of the manifestation of Congressman Paduano.
Now, let me proceed na lang, Mr. Chair, matter of policy with regards to Land Bank. What is the maximum reserve fund of those mentioned branches?
ABP Camposano, would you like to respond?
Different branches have different CI cash in vault levels, sir.
At tanong ko nga magkano yung sa branch na yon, yung sa Ultra at saka doon sa Sio Boulevard.
I'm not aware of the Shaw Boulevard branch, but with the DepEd branch, it's 10 million.
10 million. Okay, but the check that was in cash, or that's why I want the manager of that such branch. Kasi alam ko hindi niyo naman masasagot. Pero I want her to be present in the next hearing because if the maximum reserve fund of that branch is only 10 million, the check that was it's either in cash or deposited to other banks or other bank accounts was 37.5 million. And it happens not only once, it happens several times. Tatlong cheque po dito ang hawak namin. Kompleto po, pati yung mga check number nandito. So, I hope, Land Bank, you bring your branch manager the next hearing. And please prepare also for the reserve fund of the Shaw Boulevard branch.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman. So, what will specifically, what will be if in the case of the Ultra Compound branch, maximum is only 10 million. What will happen if the encashment is more than 10 million? And in this case, it's 37.5 million.
We usually ask our client to call us in advance, 2 days or 1 day before the encashment, for us to prepare the amount.
Okay, so 1 day or 2 days notice for the client.
Yes.
Okay. Now next. Di ba pag yung client, yung check is under the client's name, he should be or she should be physically present
Yes, sir.
during encashment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, yun. We will also check that. If Edward Farda, in the case of DepEd, and Jen Acosta is physically and personally present during the encashment. Okay?
Yes.
Now, next question. With the amount of 125 million and 37.5 million, this is just a matter of policy. And I do believe that he cannot bring it wherever he wants, if that was an encashment. So, what will happen?
Sir, I cannot understand what.
Okay, eto lang po. Do you allow delivery of such amount or big cash amount from if the client requests for it
No,
to
sir.
be delivered?
No, sir.
No. Are you sure of that, attorney? Are you sure that it is not allowed?
It depends, sir. If we have a memorandum of agreement with the
Ano lang po, pakilapit-lapitan lang po.
It depends if we have an agreement with the client, with a memorandum of agreement for delivery of payroll of whatever.
Correct. If you have a memorandum of agreement.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, ganito po. Please submit to this committee because I do not believe that Gina Acosta and Mr. Farda encash that amount, then brought with them to their office or to any place. Diba? So please bring and submit to this committee that MOA, particularly the branch that was mentioned. Is the branch allowed to have a MOA with the client with such amount? For example, in this case, 37.5 million in one encashment. And the other is much bigger, 4 times. That's 125 million. Do you allow land bank branches to initiate a MOA with your client with such amount of fund?
It depends on the agreement, sir, with the branch and with client.
Sandali po. Matter of policy po, tinatanong ko. Do the central office of Land Bank allows?
Yes.
Kahit anong halaga?
Yeah. If there is a MOA, if there is a memorandum of agreement, sir.
Hindi nga, yun ang tanong ko eh. Okay, sabihin na natin, may memorandum of agreement. Wala po bang ceiling na amount that you allow the branch? Okay, ganito lang po. If you cannot answer that, please prepare for it on the next hearing. Kasi yun pong mga tanong kasi, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make it clear why I am asking this question because the banking laws should also be amended, especially the bank secrecy law. Because supposedly, government funds should be exempted. And in the bank secrecy law, there should be a special provision for it. And well, in fact, supposedly, especially government banks, with regards to MOA, dapat po may ceiling. Kasi, alam naman po natin, okay lang yan pag government fund, but if personal fund, kung may money laundering, well, in fact, until now, it's still 500,000, di ba? Ma'am?
Yes.
500,000 pa rin, di ba?
Above 500,000, sir.
Above 500,000? 500 lang. 500,000 yung...
No, it's above 500,000.
If above 500,000,
Di ba? Above 500,000.
what is the policy?
Sir. In the AMLA, sir.
Sorry? Pakilapit lang po yung...
Any transactions above 500,000 shall be reported to the AMLA.
Ayun na nga eh. Yun na nga yung sinasabi ko eh. But in this case, kung 500,000 yung maximum, pero yung withdrawal, especially ito, government funds, 37.5 million, 125 million. Kaya nga, Mr. Chairman, again, I would like to reiterate na kailangan talaga ma-revisit yung yung banking laws and particularly yung bank secrecy law. Kasi this in my 11 years in Congress with regards to investigation, especially the which land bank or government banking institution is involved, lagi po nakatali yung kamay ng Kongreso because of this bank secrecy law. But again, you cannot anymore invoke that bank secrecy law because COA has already submitted all the checks. But I will not ask about the details in the next hearing with regards to how much is the actual bank, yung laman ng bank account ng DepEd or the Office of the Vice President. But I will ask you, how did these transactions happen? Kasi po, unang-una, ang tanong po, ano ba to? Si Edward Farda, encashment bang ginawa niya o yung cheque, transfer niya sa ibang bangko?
Encashment, sir.
Sigurado ka, encashment?
Yes, sir.
Paano mo nalaman?
I was the former branch manager of the DepEd branch, sir.
Okay. So ito, alam mo.
Yes, sir.
Alam mo. So pwede na kitang tanungin ngayon o pwede na o next hearing na?
Next hearing, sir.
Okay, mabait ako ngayon. Okay, next hearing pagandaan mo, ikaw pala, hindi mo, dapat sana, kaya pala mo yung specific na location ng branch na yun kasi ikaw pala yung dito, branch manager noon.
Yes, sir.
Kaya alam mo.
Yes,
So you're familiar about all these checks
Yes, sir.
and how these checks was encashed.
Yes, sir.
And how was it delivered? The cash.
It was not delivered.
Oh. Alam mo. Yung delivery from the bank. Ikaw yung branch manager, hindi mo alam how it was delivered?
The cash from our cash center, sir, or the cash for the ano
No, for
for
example, we're talking about the first check, 37.5 million. Ang bangko nyo ba ang nag-deliver? O,
Over the counter.
o binitbit ni Farda?
I think the question, ma'am, is how it was encashed. So kung paano po ba to over the counter?
Yes, sir.
So isang bagsak, magkano pong amount yan, Congressman?
37.5 million.
So yung 37 po ba, in over the counter yung pag-encash?
Yes, sir.
On the same day? 37 was released, 37 million
Yes,
pesos
was released.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sigurado ka ba, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so all for 3 or 4 checks. 3 checks. Ganon ang ginawa yung 37.5 million.
I will have to check first.
Oh, tama
I
siya,
cannot
Attorney.
recall how many checks.
Oh,
was
you
encashed.
should recall. Kasi pupunta tayo hanggang dun sa kung kailangan namin ipasupply na yung CCTV nyo. Papasupply na namin.
Ang tanong po ni Congressman Paduano, on 3 occasions, 3 cheque po kasi yan, 37.5 million. Ito po ba 37.5 million in cash over the counter on the same date? I mean, 3 separate dates.
Ma'am, ganito lang po. With this huge amount, para safe ka, baka mamaya magkamali ka, then gagawa ka ng kwento para to defend your position, at the same time yung opisina mo, better recall mo muna. Basta sabihin mo lang yung totoo, ma'am.
Yes,
Kung ano talaga nangyari.
Yes, sir.
Kasi, pag lumabas na nagsisinungaling ka, you will violate our Section 11. Alam mo na yon. Alam mo yon, yung
Yes.
consequence.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, siguro, better prepare na lang po for the next hearing. No? Yung mga possible questions. Be sure na kung transfer, it was transferred to other bank accounts. Kung pinaingkas at hinatid. Diba? Or, pinaingkas, binitbit ni Edward. Tama?
Yes.
Okay. So, for the meantime, Mr. Chairman, yun lang muna. I think I have already called the attention of the BTR and sandali. Ito po. Ito. Mr. Chairman, last na lang pala po, baka makalimutan ko lang. So, okay na ako doon sa COA, next hearing na lang, tsaka sa Land Bank, no? Pakidala na lang po. Kung hindi mo ma-recall talaga, pakidala ng teller mo. The time. Because this amount, 37.5 million, pag sinabi mo hindi alam, mabuti sinabi mo, alam mo. Kasi I will not believe in you na hindi mo alam because ganito kalaki, dapat alam ng branch manager, di ba? Okay, anyway. Ganito na lang po. Chairman, maiksi na lang po ito.
Yes, please continue.
I'd like to take this opportunity because Miss Catalan is present.
Yes, Your Honor, she's present. Rauna Catalan from DepEd.
Please.
Please take your seat.
Miss Catalan, for the information of everyone and the chair and this honorable committee, siya po yung isa sa mga pumirma as the head of the accounting department unit.
Comsec, nakapag-oath na po ba si Miss Catalan? Ma'am? Miss Catalan, nakapag-oath na po ba kayo? Last hearing, nakapag-oath na? Okay. Yes, please continue, Congressman Paduano.
Ma'am, are you still with the DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor.
And please tell us about your present position in DepEd.
I've been the chief accountant since 2010
Until now.
until now.
Until now. So, you're aware of this liquidation report that was submitted by COA to this committee. And your name was affixed in this liquidation report. And you have a signature on this liquidation report.
Yes, sir.
So you're aware.
I am aware of the face copy of the liquidation report, but the supporting documents were not presented to me.
So it was not presented to you, you just signed it?
It was,
You're the chief accountant?
yes, sir, but it was just a formality that it should be covered by the liquidation report. But
No, but supposedly you're the chief accountant, you have checked.
But per joint circular, sir, it was stated that the liquidation report plus the supporting documents shall be submitted by the disbursing officer direct to the ICPAO without any presentation to the chief accountant.
Yung ICPAO po, saan po department under yun?
COA, yung Intelligence and Audit Office ng Intelligence and Confidential Funds.
COA, do you confirm it?
CR break lang po si Attorney Camora, sir.
So, okay. I will wait for Atty. Zamora. So, ma'am, are you telling this committee na ministerial lang yung sa'yo?
Come again, sir.
Are you telling us na ministerial lang po kayo? Pumirma kayo dito without looking at the liquidation?
Honestly, yes, sir, I will say yes.
Oh, di may problema. Because if ever a case will be filed against dito po sa liquidation na may problema, pumirma ka dito, di part ka ng case.
But then again, sir, under the joint circular, it was clearly stated that the documents and supporting documents to the liquidation report shall be directly submitted to the COA. And it means that it will not pass through the accounting.
Oh, JMC, COA, pakicheck nga, shall.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence
Congressman
of
Akop, you're recognized.
Madam Accountant, mukhang mali yata. If you read the joint circular, there's a provision there. Teka, hanapin ko. Kasi may kopya ako noon eh. Nakalagay doon, under paragraph 4.16, in case of misuse of the intelligence or confidential fund, and depending on the participation in the transaction, the budget officer, chief accountant, the treasurer, and the project officer may likewise be held accountable with the special dispersing officer. So you can be accountable, madam. It's a provision of the joint circular.
But then again, Your Honors, per provision 6.1.8.4, it was stated that the supporting document should be submitted by the, no, it's not. So sorry, again.
Mali yung binabasa mo. 6.1.8.4?
My apologies, sir.
Oh, kasi mali eh.
Okay.
I have a copy of your circular here. Binabasa ko nga eh.
So it was under 6.2, the liquidation of the cash advance. It was stated under 6.2.2, all cash advances for CF and IF shall be liquidated within 30 days after every quarter and from the approved date, target date of completion. Submission of the liquidation report duly signed by the head of agency or SDO, approved by the head of agency, together with the supporting documents under section 6.2.3 hereof and listed in the covering transmittal letter of the LR. This shall be submitted directly to the ICPAO in a sealed envelope with a visible label confidential for ICPAO only through any of the following. registered mail courier, and authorized license officers. So, under this provision, it was clearly stated or implied that the documents didn't pass through or were not reviewed by the accounting office.
So how do you reconcile that with paragraph 4.16? Sige nga. Kasi ini-excuse mo yung sarili mo because of a provision of the circular. But the same circular says that you can be accountable. How do you reconcile that?
It could be stated here, sir, but honestly, and as I didn't, it was not presented really to the accounting office, the supporting documents.
Hindi po yun ang tinatanong ko, madam. Ang tinatanong ko po, dinidepensa mo yung sarili mo using a provision of the circular, but the same circular states na ikaw ay accountable. How do you reconcile that? Kasi nasa akin yung kopya na circular ninyo ng COA eh. Oh. Kaya nga ako nag-intervene dahil ini-excuse mo yung sarili mo sa liability eh. Pero the circular says that you can be liable. Diba? Yeah. You read 4.16. Wala pa yung COA eh.
May we know from the representative of COA to be clarified as on the matter?
Your Honor, based on the documents from our confidential team, the liquidation report that was signed by Ms. Catalan, certified supporting documents complete and proper as the accounting unit. But then, if looking at the joint circular, it's stated there that the liquidation report in Annex E should be signed by the SDO, the accounting unit, or the SDO, meaning SDO Special Disbursing Officer who was given the cash advance of the confidential fund, the Special Disbursing Officer. So if she was not the SDO,
Ano po yung sinicertify ng accountant?
when she signed the liquidation report of the 37.5,
Certifying that
the supporting documents complete and proper.
So, paano po ninyo sasabihin na complete kung hindi naman niya nakita? Could you please clarify us? Paano niya sasabihin na complete ang isang dokumento kung hindi naman niya nakita yung loob?
Ms.
Parang
Catalan,
hindi po yata match.
Your Honor, it has to be Ms. Catalan who will answer such.
Ma'am, how can you certify something as complete and proper if you did not verify what is the content of the documents?
Sir, it is a standard procedure that every liquidation document should be covered by a signed
No, but
liquidation.
that is common sense eh.
Yes, sir.
Paano po kayo magsicertify ng isang dokumento na complete and proper nang hindi nyo nakita? Hindi po ba kayo nagtaka na nagsicertify kayo ng isang dokumento na complete and proper pero hindi nyo naman nakikita yung laman ng loob?
Unfortunately, that was the case, sir.
Did you bother to ask the legal department or the COA na bakit kailangan dumaan pa po sa inyo? Bakit nyo kailangan i-certify ang isang bagay na hindi ninyo ini-inspeksyon o tinitingnan?
It was one of the requirements, sir, and I was made to sign that document, unfortunately.
Chairman, ako rin I ask...
Congressman Paduano,
yes, thank you,
please
Chairman.
continue.
And I ask Ms. Catalan, yung tenure of office niya since 2010 pa. And I think they're doing it since then without checking the liquidation report. And ano na po, pumirma lang. But ma'am, eto ngayon nandito sa akin yung GMC, yung binasa mo is 4.2. Eto mama, yung 6.3.3. Ito specific mandate of each and every officials is covered by this GMC. Ito, 6.3.3. The agency accountant. It's you, ma'am. Tama? And look at 6.3.3D. Paragraph D. You are mandated to submit all disbursement vouchers for cash advance for intelligence and confidential activities / projects, with complete required supporting documents within 7 working days from release of the check. Oh. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na you're not accountable. Hindi mo rin pwedeng sabihin na diretsong ibigay sa COA. Because malinaw po sa mandate mo that you have to submit disbursement vouchers, confidential activities and projects with complete required supporting documents. Oh, within 7 days.
Can I respond, Your Honor? The 6.1.8.4 pertains to the pre-audit of the cash advance.
I'm telling about, no, that is not 6.8.4. I'm saying about the 6.3.3B.
6.3.
Inconsistent with the provision that was read by Chairman Akop. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, it is on record that that the chief accountant of the DepEd never bothered to check the liquidation report. He just signed it without looking at the details of such report. And it is on record, Mr. Chairman.
May I respond, Your Honor? This is the first time that we have encountered cash advances for confidential fund. But for the regular cash advances for regular funds, we always ensure that the documents attached to the liquidation of the cash advances were complete. But again, for this, this is the first time that we have encountered these cash advances for confidential fund. And the procedure seems quite different, actually and honestly.
But of course, you have the joint memorandum circular, and there is a provision with regards to the mandate of the chief accountant, the SDO, and all other officials of agency. Malinaw po yun, ma'am. So, I think once again, Mr. Chairman, it's like to put on record na inamin po ng chief accountant ng DepEd na she never bothered to check the authenticity, the correctness of such liquidation report, Mr. Chairman.
Sir,
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am, please.
May I correct the word not bothered, that I did not bother to check the completeness of the documents. During that time, no matter how, maybe, this is the first time ngayon may cash advance ng confidential fund, but I was made to sign it. So,
you were made to sign it by whom?
Because it is a requirement that the liquidation should be covered by the liquidation voucher.
But that is, ma'am, that is your mandate. And
Yes.
your statement that you signed it without looking at the details, di ba? And that is on record.
Yes, sir, it was...
ano ngayon yung gusto mong i-explain?
Sir, I'm trying to explain that it was stated sa joint circular that it seems or implied that the documents, supporting documents, should be directly submitted to COA in sealed envelope.
And that is your interpretation, ma'am, that we have read the GMC.
Yes, sir.
Oh, now,
Mm.
what? Are you telling this representation that I'm wrong? And Chairman Akop?
No, sir. My apologies if you have misinterpreted what I'm trying to explain.
No, I did not misinterpreted you. You're telling me that my statement is not correct.
No, sir. I'm not saying. I'm sorry po. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. But I'm trying to explain on why I signed that liquidation.
Oh, who tell you to sign the document? Are you forced to sign the document?
Not really forced, but I was
Not really.
requested to sign the document.
Oh, you signed the document, but you never bothered to read this mandate of yours?
Ma'am, who ordered you to sign the document? Who ordered you to sign the document?
Not really ordered, but I was requested by
Yes, who requested you to sign the document?
by ASEC Shine Paharda.
Sino po?
Si Assistant Secretary Shine Paharda.
Sunshine Fajarda. Okay.
ASEC, sa anong department po?
Department of Education po.
Ano, a specific na ano niya, position?
Office ng Secretary.
The office of the secretary. But he was not the signatory of this document, di ba? Only her husband. Tama?
It was,
Edward Farda signed it. BP signed it, and you signed it. But you were requested by Ms. Farda?
yes, sir.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, all the more that we have to, Ms. Sunshine Farda should be present in the next hearing. Para po patutunahanan yung statement ni Ms. Catalan. Sabihin na natin, you were requested to sign it. So why did you sign it? As per request of Ms. Farda?
Yes, Your Honor, because it is needed as a covering letter or covering document to the liquidation documents, supporting documents.
Oo nga, pero sabi ko na nga, kaya nga yung statement ko kanina, you don't even bother to check. Pumirma ka lang. Di ba? No, it's either it's your lapse or you were forced to sign it without checking all those liquidation report. Di ba, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
O, ano bang tama? Nagkamali ka lang? Nakaligtaan mo i-check? Or you were forced to sign it without checking the liquidation report?
It's hindi po nakaligtaan, but it is a needed document in the submission of the liquidation.
Of course, I know it. It is a needed, you have to sign it. But ang question is, siyempre accountable ka, ma'am, because of your mandate and your position, di ba? Now, sabi ko na, nakaligtaan mo or you were forced?
I was requested, sir.
Hindi nga. Saan ba? Nakaligtaan mo o you were requested?
You were
requested na pirmahan ka agad without checking the liquidation report?
Yes, sir.
O, di, Mr. Chairman, again, kung anong word gamitin, requested ba o she was forced to sign it without checking the liquidation report, ganun pa rin yun. Di ba? Ganun pa rin yun.
Ma'am, meron po kayo isang tanong. Nakakatanggap po ba kayo ng envelope kay ASEC Pahata? Yung totoo po, ma'am. Remember, you are under oath. Aside from your allowance, from your regular budget, nakakatanggap po ba kayo ng envelope just like Yusek Mercado and Director Osias from ASEC Paharda?
Yes, sir.
Magkakano?
Minimal amount lang po.
Which is, how much po?
It's not even,
Magkano po?
It's 25,000.
25,000. How many times po? If you could recall.
9?
Ilan?
9 times.
9 times. From what month up to what month? Let me guess. From February to September?
I think so, sir.
So, nung September po, tumigil na.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just like Yusek Mercado. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, thank you po.
Mr. Chairman, lastly, I'd just like to manifest, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I, last
Yes.
na lang po. Ma'am, actually, ma'am, talagang naawa din ako sa inyo. Kasi, tingnan mo, accountable ka dito. Eh, sabi mo kanina, ni-request ka. Pero, ang labas pa rin, ganun eh. You were requested, but, tapos, medyo kalakaran na may lagayan sa loob. Kaya nga ako, ma'am, I want to just express my sympathy to you. Naawa talaga kami sa inyo. Napipilitan kayong permahan yung isang bagay na hindi tama. Ngayon kung may kaso, pag lumabas yung NDA, yung finality nun, tatamaan kayo dyan. Ano process? Ako, Mr. Chairman, sabi ko nga, naawa lang ako dito sa mga officials ng DepEd. Pag ganito yung kalakaran. Ngayon, 2 na. Baka sunod, hindi lang 2. Di ba? Kaya, Mr. Chairman, at least ngayon, umami na si ma'am. Tama na ako. Okay na ako, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senior Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales, you're recognized.
Ma'am, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address my question to Ms. Catalan, ma'am, the accountant. Ma'am, Mr. Chairman, sigurado dumaan sa iyo itong cheque na to, di ba? You're the accountant. Yung 37.5 million. Tama ho ba?
Your Honor, hindi po dumaan sa akin yung cheque kasi ang napadala po sa amin ay voucher.
Tama.
It would,
Meaning to say, the voucher is the basis sa preparasyon ng cheque. Di ho ba? No?
Yes, Your Honor.
And definitely, there is a date put in the voucher and they will follow that date in preparing the check. So the check was signed by, of course, Yusek Sevilla and Yusek Mercado. Ang napansin ko lang po dito, in your recollection, 2023 yung isang check, that was February 20, 2023. That's number 1 check for the 37.5. Number 2 check, I thought this is quarterly. Ang date po ng cheque is April 19, 2023. It falls down to 1 quarter. Isang quarter lang po yung 2 cheque na issue. Ang pangatlong na cheque na issue po ng November 23, 2023. Hindi po, na-issue po pala yung pangatlong cheque is July 11, 2023. In your recollection, tama ho ba itong cheque and based on your obligation, on your voucher during the processes of the vouchers into check?
parang tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So, tama ho ba yung tanong ko na per quarter at 2 cheque po yung ginawa niyong 37.5 in 1 quarter? Tama ho ba?
No, Your Honor. Per quarter po siya.
Per quarter is February.
February for the first quarter, and then yung April for the second quarter, and then yung July for the third quarter.
So, tama ho ba?
Po.
Okay. So, that is equivalent to 37.5 times 3. That is equivalent to 112.5 million. Number 2 question po. Itong 125 million under Gina Acosta, ang date po ng check na is July 13, 2023. Halos nagkasabay lang po yung July 11 ng DepEd at saka yung July 13 ng OVP. Ang OVP is 125 million and the DepEd is 37.5 million. Kaya ang tinatanong po, wala na po yung land bank, umalis na? Umalis na po yung land bank? So, meaning to say, ang July 11 at saka yung July 13, ang na-withdraw po is 37.5 million at saka yung 125 million. Tama ho ba sa, ay, hindi po kayo OVP pala, DepEd kayo. May OVP ba dito? OVP? Sa management, po. Wala. Kasi kung tignan mo itong dalawang cheque, isang mukha lang po ito 2 days lang po ang diferensya. July 11 and July 20, 2023 of the amount of 37.5 and 125 million. Kaya tinatanong ko po sana yung land bank, kaso wala na. Next hearing ko na lang po, Mr. Chairman, tanungin. Kasi tatanungin ko siya kung paano niya na-withdraw itong 3 cheque at saka itong 125 million. So, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you. Thank you, SDS.
Chairman, interject
Yes,
lang.
Congressman Lara, please.
Yes, yung tanong chairman ni SDS Dong para sa OVP, I think nandito si Attorney Puga, baka pwede niyang sagutin yung tanong ni DS Dong.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
if I may
nandito
be-
ang OVP, former din naman.
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized. Wala pa po kasi ako sa OVP nung 2023. I was with DepEd at that time, sir. So, I really wouldn't know kung ano yung nangyari dyan.
Ano po kasi dating nakita ko lang po itong cheque na yung date kasi halos magkapareho po yung date.
Yeah, opo.
So July 11, 2023, yung last check, the 37.5, at saka July 13, 2023, yung 125 million. So meaning to say,
malapit.
Summation of the two equivalents to sum.
Yes, sir.
Yun po yung sinasabi.
But yun po. Unfortunately, sir, I got out of DepEd nung nag-resign si VP, which was already July 2024.
Andito pala yung land bank. Ma'am, sorry na.
Andiyan na po yung land bank.
Sorry ma'am, nakabalik kayo, di ba? Magtatanong ko lang sana kung itong Edward Paharda, kasi po ako nagtanong to last hearing, di ba yung cheque, papahingkas, ikaw yung branch manager, di ba? Pag ipapahingkas po yung cheque, nakaprepare yung pera, bigay mo sa counter. Pag binigay mo yung pera sa counter, may papipirma po kayo sa kanya, di ba? Yung receive the amount of this, and sa likod ng cheque, pipirma pa po si Mr. Paharda. Tama ho ba?
Yes, sir. The client will sign as acknowledgement na
And at the back of the check.
yung check. The cash.
The cash. So, pwede nyo kami bigyan nung receiving copy, nung 3 receiving copy from Land Bank, yung 37.5 million.
We will check our records.
Yes, ma'am.
sir.
Thank you. Tapos, ma'am, number 2, itong kay Gina Acosta na 125 million, sabi nyo kanina sa Show Boulevard po to, pinahingkas. Pwede po, yung sino nag-receive nitong July 13, 2023, na pinahingkas po niya yung 125 million. At yung July 11, na pinahingkas naman ni Edward Parda under your branch. Para ipagsusog lang po natin yung dalawang cheque. Pwede ba?
We will check our records.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the question to Ms. Catalan. Do you realize your accountability on this and consequence of what you did, Ms. Catalan?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like to ask once again, were you requested or were you pressured?
I was requested, sir.
You were requested. You were not pressured at all. Come on, tell us the truth here.
I was requested, sir, in a nice way.
Thing is this, you received an envelope 9 times, am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that not a form of pressure?
Honestly, sir, the first time I met or I talked with...
Have you ever asked, why are you being given an envelope?
Yes, sir. I asked her. But
What was the answer?
it's just an allowance from the from the Vice President.
Was that?
It was just an allowance from the Vice President. Actually, I
Is
asked
that
allowance.
is that liquidated, or is that recorded, or is just given to you? Because it's a bit different when you say allowance and it's just an envelope given to you. Am I right?
Sir, the first time I received it, I honestly asked Shine, Ma'am, is it part of the confidential fund? Sabi niya, no. It was just an allowance from the Vice President. So, for me, honestly, I received it knowing that it
Okay.
was not part of the
Who gave you
confidential.
that? Who gave you the envelope?
ASEC, Sunshine Fajarda.
Who requested you to sign the accounting report?
It was also ASEC Shine Fajarda.
Therefore, if it was ASEC Fajarda who requested you, as you said, to sign, and she is also the one that gave you the envelopes, would you not think that it's a form of pressure on your part? Come on, but please tell us the truth here. Because look, I think you know what I mean, isn't it? I do not think that you are going to receive envelopes from the same person that requested you without you realizing the pressure of signing it. Ms. Catalan.
Your Honor, at the first giving of the envelope, I honestly asked ASEC Shine if it is part of the confidential fund. Sabi niya, hindi, this is just an allowance from the Secretary. So I trusted her word for that. And without any thinking na it was really part of the confidential fund, honestly on my part. So I received it honestly on my part without any, it was part of the confidential fund.
I am saying this to you because alam mo, talagang my heart goes out to you, Ms. Catalan. You know, I think it would be best that, you know, in your own heart, you have been pressured because you received the envelopes. They're not only being requested. You have been pressured because you received envelopes thinking that they are just allowances, but you know it is never recorded. It is not part of the budget that was given to the OVP or the Secretary of Education. It's not part. Did you sign a voucher for it?
No, Your Honor.
See? I mean, so what I'm saying is this. Those 9 envelopes you received is a form of pressure on your part or on the part of the same person that asked you to sign. Ms. Catalan. Am I right? Yes or no? No. Yes or no?
Maybe, Your Honor.
No, it's not maybe. It's yes, isn't it? Am I right?
Maybe, Your Honor.
Am I pressuring you now? Am I pressuring you now?
I'm so nervous right now, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
The Chair would like
Mr.
to
Chairman.
recognize the presence of the Honorable Jude Asidre, the Deputy Majority Leader from Tingog Party List.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
this
Congressman
will be my
Paduano.
last manifestation, Mr. Chairman. Just I want to put in the record that in today's hearing, Ms. Catalan, the head accountant, chief accountant of DepEd, admitted that indeed he was, as the term being used by her, is being requested to sign. But of course, tumanggap din po ng extra Ms. Catalan. Now, but on the previous hearing, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put in record that it is not only Catalan na tumanggap ng ang sobre. Attorney Restio Wases, Ocias also admitted. Now, even Attorney Michael Wesley Poa, nandito ngayon, admitted also, but that was December, only December. But he still admitted that he received some amount from the Vice President. And of course, Miss Gloria Jumamil also, Mercado. Si Ma'am, bit-bit niya pa yung mga sobre, no? Yung original na mga sobre. At nandito ngayon, no? In possession natin. And of course, lahat na to is galing from Miss Sunshine Farda na heya ni BP at the same time asawa nung SDO ng Office of the Vice President in relation to confidential fund. So as of now, apat na po ng mga officials ng Vice President na umamin na tumatanggap po ng sobre galing sa Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Sia Alonso.
I yield to the senior.
Yes,
I just have a few
with the
questions, but I yield
indulgence
to
of, Congressman
but I yield
Sia,
to Chairman.
The Chair would like to recognize Congressman Akop.
Thank you. Madam Catalan, dadagdagan ko yung pagka-nervyos mo. Nag-iisip lang ako dun sa sinabi mo na noong binigyan ka ng unang sobre, sinabi mo kagad, ang tanong mo kagad galing ba ito sa confidential fund? Tama po ba yung pagkarinig ko?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit ganun ang tanong mo?
Because honestly, I'm wondering ba't ako bibigyan? And during...
Ngayon,
it was
honestly,
after the...
nagtanong ka kung bakit ka binibigyan. Ano ang sagot doon sa tanong mo na yun?
But I was made to understand by ASEC China, it is an allowance from the secretary,
Kayo po yung accountant, di po ba?
Yes,
Matanong
sure.
ko po kayo, saan po nanggaling na pondo, ang source of fund, nung allowance na binigay sa inyo?
Well, I didn't have the courage to ask for that anymore.
Uy, tinanong mo, you had the courage to ask, galing ba ito sa confidential fund? Tapos you did not have the courage to ask, saan galing yan kung hindi galing sa confidential fund? Di po ba?
Sure, Honor.
Di ba may lakas kang loob na tanungin, galing ba ito sa confidential fund? Pero hindi mo tinanong nung sinabi niya, hindi galing sa confidential fund yan. Saan galing? Di ba dapat yun ang sunod na tanong? Following your line of questioning. Kasi, madam, it is irrelevant whether you're aware of what you have signed or not. Kasi under the circular, you can be also liable. You cannot escape that. Kasi sa dami na inimbestigahan ko, basta nakikita yung signature, na nandun yung signature, papailang ka ng kaso ng investigador. Di ba? Kaya nagkukuhan ako dun sa kwan You were brave enough to ask kung galing sa confidential fund. Kasi nasa isip mo na dun sa pinirmahan mo, dun manggagaling yung pondo na binibigay sa iyo as an allowance. Di ba? Yun na napasok sa isip mo na binigyan ka ng allowance sa pagpirma mo dahil sa confidential fund, sa pag-clear o liquidate ng confidential fund. Di ba, Iha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And you didn't know that because of your signature, pwede kang lumubog. Tama? Iha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congressman Adjong, in relation to what Congressman Akop said, I remember some years ago, Mr. Chair, that when the Vice President was still in the DepEd, that there is a rule that she made, no gift policy. Am I right, Attorney Poa?
Yes, Your Honor. That is correct, Your Honor.
That's the rule. No gift policy. Do you remember that, Ms. Catalan?
Yes, Your Honor.
So why is she giving envelopes? If the rule in her office is no gift policy. Therefore, even the Vice President would think that whenever a gift is given, that's bribery. That is subtle bribery. Ms. Catalan.
Maybe.
Not maybe. Sabi mo sa akin, no gift policy. So therefore, if the Vice President said that there is no gift policy, therefore she is trying to avoid any kind of a bribery or a corruption in his part. Attorney, can you please, do you believe that?
Well, yes, I do believe that, Your Honor, because even as OSEC, when I was in OSEC, no gifts talaga kami from anyone. No gifts. No gift policy was in place.
So, nakita niyo yung answer ng dating spokesperson ni Vice President, am I right? That's the reason why I'm asking you if you are pressured. Siguro kinakailangan, sabihin mo na rito sa amin, you were pressured because of the allowances given to you. Oo. Hindi nyo na kinakailangan pagtakpan pa yung nagbigay sa iyo eh. Ikaw, Miss Catalan, ikaw po ang accountable dito. Ikaw ang kawawa dito. You do not even need to protect those that gave to you the envelopes. Because the fact is this, when the rule in the Vice President's office is no gift policy, she would think that to be corruption. Oh, therefore, yung pagbigay ng allowance sa iyo is actually subtle bribery. Hindi po ba?
But according kasi kay Attorney Shine during that time, it came from the secretary and who was really just maybe, he was just grateful dun sa performance namin. So I considered it not really a form of bribery, or I was not pressured to sign the liquidation voucher, but I was requested to sign it, sir.
I'm not going to, in any way try to convince you otherwise, Ms. Catalan. What I'm just trying to say is, when the rule of the Vice President is no gift policy. In fact, hindi nga siya tumatanggap ng gift sa amin eh, kahit nabigyan namin siya eh. Hindi siya tumatanggap eh. Ngayon, kung siya mismo hindi tumatanggap, siya nagbibigay sa inyo. As a form of gratitude. That's your duty, Ms. Catalan. Whether there is no envelope given as a form of gratitude, it's your duty to do your job. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what I'm saying. Mr.
Congressman Sia, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to do some follow-ups on questions of the Chairman. Ms. Catalan, I'd like to know, I think this has already been asked of you, pero I'd like to know, how long have you been working in DepEd?
I've been with the department for almost 36 years, sir.
36 years. As a accountant, no, familiar naman po kayo sa trabaho ninyo for the past 3 decades. Alam niyo po yung differences between incentives, bonuses, allowances, hindi ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And when you say bonuses, and all of these categories, meron pinagkukunan po ng pondo dyan, di ba? Nakalaan naman po yan, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you enlighten me po, because according to your responses, you treat this regular, I don't know how to label it, but as a gift, no? Just for the lack of a better term, kasi hindi mo po ma-pinpoint kung saan talaga galing yon. Pwede niyo po sabihin, clarify sa amin kung based on your experience, kasi alam naman po natin may mga bonuses yan, di ba? Sa mga regular employees. In fact, before the end of this year, mayroon talagang bonus packages yan binibigay. And mayroon namang incentives, no? Can you at least distinguish based on your work, job description, on how you appreciate the differences of this? Pag sinabi mo pong allowance, saan regular na kinukuha na pondo yan?
Normally, sir, pag regular po siya at saka yung normal siya sa appropriation or standards appropriation sa personal services ng agency.
Okay, sa personal services. Pag sinabi niyo pong mga incentives dun sa mga empleyado, because I believe there are also some employees who have, gone beyond what is expected of them, exemplary yung kanilang mga tinatrabaho, kaya nabibigyan sila ng incentives noon. Meron din ho kayong ganyan at saan po nakukuha din ho yan na category?
Sa DepEd, there was no line item for incentives.
Walang incentives. So what about bonuses po?
Bonuses meron po, sir, sa personal services po
Sa
siya.
personal services, okay. So these allowances and these bonuses are regular funding.
Yes.
Tama po
Yes,
ba?
sir.
O, kasi
Yes,
alam
Your
niyo po
Honor.
pinagkukunan. So would you say po itong experience niyo for the past 36 years, has there any instance where a former or previous secretary have also done similar gifts or allowances, as you may call it, prior to the one that is now, but prior to the incumbency of then Secretary Duterte?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, would it be safe to assume, Mr. Chair, that this is something irregular? Kasi ang sabi niyo po, the allowances and as well as yung mga bonuses are regular fundings. There are line items under your budget, kasi accountant kayo, at doon nakukuha. So it's a regular funding, no? According to you, there has never been for the past 3 decades of your work, your stay in DepEd, there has never been any instance where there's an administrative policy of your department that says pwede kayong magbigay regularly ng mga sobre sa mga empleyado. So that's sometimes something irregular, hindi ho ba?
Sir, I was made to understand that the allowance came from
But
the
you have
secretary
but you have
personally.
already described to us that the appreciation of allowances is actually based on irregular funding that is allotted to. So what else can you describe that kind of pabuya, halimbawa, o pagbibigay sa inyo? Since according to you, hindi naman siya nagpo-fall as an allowance.
I was made to understand that it came from her personally.
Yeah.
Personal money niya. I was made to understand that it came from the personal money of the secretary.
Okay, so what do you, was there any instance, for example, na sabi nga ni Manong Romy kanina, what made you first ask si attorney na ito ba'y galing sa confidential funds, hindi ho ba? That's your initial Ibig sabihin, you already had a prejudgment that this may come from the confidential funds. And then later on, you were made to believe, according to you, that it's come from the budget of the OVP. Personal budget of the OVP. Sa inyo po bang palagay? I'm just asking you now, not as a consultant, but as a regular, average-minded person. Sa panyo palagay, kaya ho ba yun ng isang tao nang magbigay ng ganong regularly ng amount based ho doon sa sitwasyon nung nagbibigay? In this case, Secretary,
Sa akin, sir, kasi kaya naman niya kasi malaki naman sweldo ng secretary.
Okay, so ang palagay niyo doon doon sa inyo napupunta. yung kanyang, sa palagay niyo yun?
Yun, sir, honestly. Yun ang palagay ko. Kaya I was made to understand na it came from the personal money of the secretary.
Okay, so gusto ko lang pong malaman na Ms. Catalan, how often did you receive these funds? I mean, this
Monthly.
monthly, so ilang months po kayo nag-receive ng ano?
February to
So when did it start? When did it start? Kasi sinabi niyo confidential fund. When did it start? When the confidential fund was requested? When was the confidential fund requested again?
the first issuance of the confidential fund was around February.
So when did you receive the allowance?
After the release of the cash. Of
Okay,
the
so
check.
that made you think
Yes,
that it's a confidential.
yes.
But prior to the confidential fund, you were never received any.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so hindi mo masasabi na galing personal money niya 'yon.
Again, I trusted.
Yeah, but you said, Ms. Catalan, that you made to understand that it was malaki naman ng sweldo niya. So bakit nung umupo siya, hindi na siya nag-start magbigay? Bakit nag-start siya magbigay nung first na na-release na rin yung confidential funds? I think that's what made you think that it's part of the confidential funds. Again, Mr. Chair, just a manifestation na sabi nga, it's something irregular. It does not happen, no? In the previous, it did not happen prior to the release or request of the confidential funds. That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Abante.
nakatanggap po kayo ng 9 envelopes na nagkakahalaga ng 25,000 each, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
That would be around almost 250,000 all in all. Contain yan,
225.
225,000. So alam niyo po, that is 225,000 in all. Alam niyo yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And kailan po natapos yon? Na pagbibigay?
September po.
September of last year?
2023, Your Honor.
September of 2010.
2023. Your Honor.
2023. Oo. Kailan po natapos ang pag-release ng confidential fund?
Third quarter, Your Honor.
Ng
I cannot-
2023.
July po yung release ng check for the third quarter.
Of 2023,
Yes, sir,
correct?
Your Honor.
Oo. So hindi pa kayo nakahalata na that's part of the of your responsibility of signing. Yun nakukuha niyong allowances. Remember, ha? Tinan nyo, maigi. 225,000. Alam nyo, pinilang nyo. You counted it. Sa yun lang po.
Your Honor, may I be recognized? Committee Secretary, Your Honor.
Comsec, you are recognized.
Your Honor, we would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Lord Dan G. Suan from the 1st District of Cagayan de Oro. Welcome, Your Honor.
Congressman
Mr. Chair.
Isidre.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang
Yes,
pong
Congressman
itanong kay-
Isidre, you are recognized.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang balikan yung sinabi kanina ni Ms. Catalan na yung paniniwala po niya, yung pera na ibinigay sa kanya nanggaling po sa sweldo ng dating sekretary. Tama po.
Wala na?
Mr. Chair,
Please continue.
pwede po bang maitanong kay Yusek Mimpin po? Pwede po bang ma-request na sumagot ng tanong si Yusek Mimpin?
Yusek Mempin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ano po yung designation ninyo ulit sa DepEd?
Former USEC for admin po.
Pero ngayon po kayo USEC for...
No more, sir.
Kailan po kayo na-appoint at kailan po natapos?
I was appointed as USEC June 21, 2023, sir.
June 21, 2023
23 po, sir.
at natapos po?
July 19, the effectivity of the resignation of the Vice President as Secretary of DepEd, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, curious lang po ako kasi I sit po in the MSGC ng Armed Forces of the Philippines at ako po'y medyo curious sa situation na isang dating militar po ay ma-appoint po sa Department of Education. Is there any circumstance leading to your appointment? Parang, paano kaya na-consider? Sa tingin niyo po ba trust and confidence ang rason bakit kayo na-appoint as Undersecretary?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, ibig sabihin, matagal niyo na hong kilala, Mr. Chair, ang dating Secretary, si Vice President Sara Duterte?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Kailan po kaya, Mr. Chair, ninyo naging kilala si VP Sara?
When I was designated as the commander of Task Force Davao in 2017, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, na-appoint po kayo sa Davao?
Yes, sir.
Sa Task Force Davao po, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tanong ko lang po, Mr. Chair, paano po nakatulong yung experience nyo bilang military person sa DepEd po? Sa inyong trabaho sa DepEd, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I do believe our leadership and management style was the basis because actually I was designated USEC for admin and not on more on the education like the curriculum and teaching strand. So when I was recruited, I accepted the offer of the Vice President and former Secretary, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, sa malamang sa hindi po, naging kasama din po kayo sa pagbalangkas o di kaya sa pag-monitor yung mga activities regarding insurgency, recruitment ng mga grupo doon sa DepEd, sa mga estudyante o di kaya sa mga teacher?
No, sir, because when I was actually as Congresswoman Luis Tro, during the last hearing, I was also prior to my designation as USEC for admin, I was recruited first as consultant because I just retired from the military service January 28 of 2023, and most of the commanders or the field unit commanders are my colleagues. So that's, I do believe, the advantage that I have in terms of collaboration with the security sector, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, would you, with Yusek Mimpin, categorically say na you had no participation whatsoever in all these activities related to intelligence operations within the Department of Education?
Yes, Your Honor, because there's no, in the mandate of the USEC for administration, there's no tasking or function about coordination with other agency. I do believe it's the purview of the operational strand because they are the one directly supervising the divisions and districts and even down to the school, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Naitanong ko po to, Mr. Chair, kasi kung titignan natin, hindi ho birong halaga ang itinilaga ng DepEd, Mr. Chair, sa mga confidential activities, lalo na itong mga purchase of information. Since you mentioned that you were working with the divisions and the regions, Mr. Chair, ang tanong ko lang po, may data po kaya from the regional or division offices on the recruitment of students or teachers by subversive organizations?
Personally, sir, I do not have the information, but as the armed forces have some based on their intelligence report, they do have some data on recruitment, but to the specific, I don't have the information, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
But on its own, the DepEd, did they undertake any investigation or study in order to establish for a fact, even as to the extent of the prevalence of subversive organizations within the department or within the school system?
I was not aware if there's any study made prior or up to now, because it's the purview of the operations. Maybe the USEC for operation could give us answer your question, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, baka pwede pong sagutin ni USEC po. Meron kayang study na ginawa ang DepEd na mag-i-establish po to the extent ng prevalence nitong mga subversive organizations within the school system?
Yung sa personal knowledge ko po, meron pong mga collaboration, no, at that time when I was there with NICA, NTFL, CAC. I got for a previous budget hearing wherein I mentioned nga na there were X number of schools in Metro Manila with recruitment. I believe the information actually came from NICA and CR. But with yung talagang operationalizing yung pag-check kung saan may recruitment, wala po akong personal knowledge. I was actually looking at USEC RevC, so she's the USEC for operations, to check, no, kung meron siyang knowledge on that.
Pwede ba natin tanungin si USEC RevC kung meron?
Sorry, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
USEC, then, what's your name again?
USEC RevC Escobedo.
You're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honors, with regard po regarding sa data, kami po ay collaborate and ask for some data with NTFL, CAC, and NICA, because with regard dun sa pangangalap ng data about these organizations above ground and underground, wala po kaming capability and competence to do that.
So there is no way that DepEd would have the competence, Mr. Chair, to gather the data, to ensure its accuracy, or even establish its relevance. We're totally dependent on the information provided by NICA and LTF-LCAC.
Yes, Your Honors.
So if that's the case, Mr. Chair, what's the basis for having appropriated this big amount of money when there is no way that the department will establish it internally? Diba? Yun ang tanong ko, Mr. Chair. Paano po nakapag-desisyon ang Departamento ng Edukasyon na maglaan ng ganitong kalaking amount ni wala namang pamamaraan internally ang Department of Education to understand or to establish lang naman the extent of subversive activities? Kasi kung wala pong ganong basihan at ang information lang ho ay nanggaling sa NICA at sa LCAC, di ba dapat mas tama na sila na rin din ang lagyan ng pondo kaysa sa Department of Education, Mr. Chair? Yusek Minpin?
May I elaborate, sir? Actually, the Department of Education, as the trust of former Secretary, the protection of children, that's why there's a collaboration between security sector, meaning the armed forces, the Philippine National Police, wherein they conducted information education campaign and also the wireless and even the campaigns against drug, because, for example, nabanggit na po kanina yung conduct of wireless. Sa wireless po kasi is a program of
Mr. Chair, I'll cut you there, sir. There is no question about fighting insurgency. There is no question against responding to all these threats. But the thing is, there must have been a measurable way of determining ganito ang kailangan naming amount kasi ganito nakalaki ang problema. Ang tanong, meron bang ganyang ginawa sa loob ng DepEd to be able to justify assigning this amount for this kind of activities?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I was not aware if there's any.
Yusek, meron, Yusek, Mr. Chair, Yusek,
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized. Mr. Chair, when the amount was proposed under, I believe, for 2023, no, so 2022 budget, I was still a spokesperson. I was not part of OSEC, so I had no, I cannot give you any information on how the amount was derived, Your Honor.
I think, Mr. Chair, the reason bakit walang makasagot ng direkta kung may empirical basis for assigning funds to these activities is because there is no basis at all. And if we can say that there is no basis and we cannot establish qualified outcomes, kasi nga hindi natin ma-justify, kasi wala din tayong basis, hindi rin natin ma-establish yung outcomes. Eh, pwede ho natin, ako, sa aking pananaw, pwede nating masabi na hindi talaga nangyari yung mga purchase of information, hindi talaga nangyari itong mga confidential activities. At basically, kailangan nating tanungin saan ba talaga napunta yung pera na nilaan for confidential funds. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Congresswoman Luistro.
Follow-up question for Yusek Mempin. Yusek, as shared earlier, it was stated by the Vice President during the press con na ang confidential fund po ng DepEd ginamit to obtain information so they could inform the military and the LGU where to hold the youth leadership summits and the information education campaigns. Are you aware, Yusek Mempin, sino po ba itong naging source ng information? Who were the basis of the information given to the military and the LGU?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge as to the person or groups of person that provided the information.
I understand, Yusek Mempin, that prior to your appointment as Yusek for Administration, you were hired as consultant for security services. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
And I am inclined to believe that for concerns pertaining to security, kayo po yun. Was there never an instance that you were consulted as to the possible source of information?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, my role as consultant on security matters is, as also mentioned by Yusek Remsi, is coordinating and collaborating with other security sector as to the status of their intelligence collections and their efforts with regards to the protection of youth, particularly children, ma'am.
Let us be very specific, Yusek Mempin, as to the possible sources of confidential information to be provided to the military and to the LGU. Kayo po ba ay may nalalaman dito?
Personally, I have no direct information, ma'am.
Kung wala po kayong nalalaman dito, Yusek Mempin, then who among the officials of the DepEd has knowledge about the sources of information?
Personally, ma'am, I don't have, because as also I'm in my capacity as USEC for administration, I was not, in terms of particularly National Task Force LCAC, I was not the one representing DepEd and other security cluster. I am only member of the requested to represent the secretary in the Anti-Terrorism Council, which is more on the extreme terrorism and the extremism.
In other words, Yusek Mempin, you have no knowledge at all about the sources of this confidential information.
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
During the last hearing, you testified that you were the one who requested for the certification of the 4 AFP officials. You confirm this?
That's, yes, I confirm, Your Honor, Mr.
This
Chair.
include Officer Manaros Buransing, Officer Carlos Sangdaan, Officer Magtanggol Panopio, and Officer Adonis Bahaw. You confirm?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Would you know, for the record, that the reason why the YLS and IECs that were conducted and to which these officers issued certification were result of the information that was given by DepEd? Nalalaman niyo po ba kung ang dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon ng YLS as certified by Buransing, Sangdaan, Panopio, and Bahaw ay ang mga impormasyon na na-obtain ng DepEd at ibinigay sa AFP?
I have no personal direct information that the information directly came from the Department of Education, but because in their certification is stated that the information gathered from the DepEd, LGU, and even Philippine National Police and some from the PDEA, ma'am.
If you are the one coordinating with these 4 AFP officers who issued the certification, and you have no knowledge at all about the connection of the source of information and the recipient of the YLS, is it a reasonable conclusion na wala naman po talagang information na na-provide sa AFP? Reason kung bakit nagkaroon ng YLS? Yes or no, Yusek?
May I be clarified? No, question, ma'am.
If you are the one coordinating with these officers, you and you alone coordinating with these officers who issued the certification on the conduct of YLS, and you're telling us wala kayong alam dun sa confidential information which are supposed to be the basis of the conduct of the YLS, would you agree with me if I would say wala naman talagang impormasyon na na-provide sa AFP? Because as a matter of fact, Yusek Mempin, during the last hearing, all these 4 officers testified that this YLS is part of the regular program. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree that it is a activity of the armed forces.
Yes, you agree that this is part of the regular activity of AFP with or without DepEd. The AFP regularly conducts YLS. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And
Mr.
with
Chair.
regards to the information which are supposed to be provided by the DepEd to the AFP for the conduct of YLS, do you agree as well? Wala talagang information na na-provide. Yes or no?
I don't have the exact information whether they have the information directly coming from DepEd.
Yusek Mempin, you are the lone official of the DepEd coordinating with these 4 officers of AFP.
Ma'am, may I be allowed to elaborate further? Ma'am, because I also, during my stint as commander in the field, we also conducted the Youth Leadership Summit during my battalion commander, brigade commander, and even division commander.
Based on the fact that you're the lone DepEd official who are coordinating with these officers, and if you yourself has no knowledge at all, then who else will have a knowledge in DepEd? Mr. Chair, I wish to raise a few questions with Ms. Catalan. Ma'am,
Ms. Catalan, you're recognized.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
what made you decide to disclose the information to the committee that you received 9 envelopes?
I was just being honest because the Honorable Chair has asked me.
But what were you thinking when this question was raised? Were you thinking that it will incriminate you into an offense or crime, or were you thinking that it is just okay to disclose because you honestly believe that the same came from the personal money of the Vice President?
As I mentioned earlier, I was made to understand that the money came personally from the Secretary.
Ano po bang diferensya o pagkakaiba, Ms. Catalan? Kung yun po bang pera ay galing sa confidential fund at kung yung pera ay galing sa personal na pera ng Vice President, may diferensya po ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. Kasi nga, kaya ko siya tinanong nung una, is this part of the confidential fund? And I was made to understand na no.
From your personal standpoint, ma'am, kung yun po ba ay galing sa confidential fund, what therefore is the issue?
I could have said, I could have refused to ask.
Why, ma'am? Bakit mo i-refuse kung galing siya sa
Kasi po, may nababataan kasi ako na pag confidential medyo may problema. So,
and yet you conformed to sign the liquidation. In spite of the knowledge that there are issues surrounding already confidential fund. Tama po ba?
I signed the liquidation voucher or liquidation report because it should be part of the liquidation documents.
Yes,
that
I
should be
understand.
submitted.
But that is a confidential fund. Liquidation of confidential fund. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ano po bang iniisip nyo na issue kung yung perang napabigay sa inyo ay galing sa confidential fund?
That could be subjected to post-audit.
That's all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Eh kung ito naman pong perang ito'y galing sa personal money ni Vice President, what will be the issue?
Sir, Your Honor, wala po kasi personal money naman po niya yun.
That's what you believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
How long have you been in the government?
I've been in the government for 36 years.
36 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
If that money is part of the confidential fund, then you will be implicated for a possible case of malversation. But if that money is part of the personal money of the Vice President, please understand that the mere act of receiving money, you being in the government, already constitute a violation of the law. And this is provided under Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, Republic Act 3019, paragraph 3B, receiving of gifts. The same is true with respect to Republic Act number 6713, Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards, Section 7, receiving of gifts. And ultimately, PD 46, prohibiting the giving and receiving of gifts to public officials and employees. I hope you understand that, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Yes,
Just a
Congressman
few-
Sia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions I'd like to ask. Maybe I can direct my questions to Attorney Pua. Apart from your service to the Vice President as a spokesperson, you were once her Chief of Staff, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney
You were-
Pua.
Mr. Chair, sorry. Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
you were
yes,
Chief
Your
of
Honor, that's
Staff
correct.
when she was the Secretary of DepEd.
For a time, not for the entire duration, Your Honor, but on the latter time. I started April 2023, Your Honor.
Up to when? What
Until
time did
July
you-
19 when she resigned.
So a portion of the discussion of the confidential funds, when it was brought out in the open, you were then still the
Yes,
Chief of Staff of the Vice President, when she was also still the Secretary of DepEd.
Yes, Your
right?
Honor. Mr. Chair.
You heard about the testimonies of your fellow guests here, right? And they were mentioned about the sobre and the gifts. And I'm just wondering, was there any point in time that such bigayan sobre was when it was happening? What as a chief of staff, I presume that part of your job is the in and outs of the office of the vice president, any memoranda, etc. I'd just like to know, Mr. Chair, to your knowledge, do you have any, or would you know, for example, that such gifts are being given? Let's presume, no, assuming without conceding that there's in fact given, out of the good heart, no? Was there any point in time that you were made to also understand that this may be a regular process, that the Vice President is really giving out gifts to sobre, to the employees of DepEd?
Mr. Chair.
Where were you when all of this are happening?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, again, I'm under oath. Hindi ko po alam na may ganyang pupunta sa office, binibigyan ng envelope. Perhaps I need to contextualize and give you an idea of the working relationship back in DepEd then. In DepEd, I think anyone who's worked with the Vice President would know that the way she does things, it's highly compartmentalized. No? So, for example, I may be in the same office as my ASEC, who was then ASEC Fajarda, but we had totally separate duties. So what does that mean? It means that she takes care of the OSEC proper because she was already HEA even before I came in as Chief of Staff. She was already HEA. No? So when I came in as Chief of Staff, the duties that were assigned to me was basically the day-to-day of DepEd. So meaning I would hold cluster meetings with the USECs on a weekly basis. My primary marching order was to deliver on the Matatag agenda. And perhaps, looking at it now, in a very direct manner, perhaps that's also why I was never really briefed on how confidential funds were being operationalized, on how, perhaps that's why even when I came in as Chief of Staff, I was not made SDO or signatory or anything. The only time I can honestly say that I encountered looking into the reports of confidential funds was when we were already issued an AOM. And at that time, I was also not just Chief of Staff, but I was OIC Finance. And so it was within my purview to address and respond to the AOM. I know it is very hard to maybe fathom or imagine na bakit hindi mo alam tong mga ganito. But I think anyone in DepEd and my DepEd family is here, they would know how compartmentalized we were at that time. In fact, coming into these congressional hearings, and to be very honest with you, sir, Mr. Chair, kung pwede ko lang sagutin yung confidential funds, Your Honor, gusto ko na sagutin. Kasi I've been defending DepEd since day one as the spokesperson in July 2022. So to be honest, if I could just defend DepEd now, defend the Vice President even, I would. But that's why I came here. When they ask me anything, minsan sabihin pa nga sa akin, why did you admit, but that's the truth. And I just want to be here and tell the truth. Ngayon, pag hindi ko talaga alam, I would say hindi ko talaga alam. And
okay,
sorry for the long.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Let me ask Ms. Catalan. Ms. Catalan, when this sobre, when these envelopes were given to you, was it? Did you also? Was it? Were you made also understand that this is done in secretly, or is just magandang ano lang? It's a regular binibigay lang na parang allowance lang, pang gift lang, or may impression ba na wag mong sabihin, sa'yo na muna ito, or ganon?
Wala po, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin, talagang hindi siya sinisekreto.
Basta, Your Honor, papatawag ka lang sa office.
Papatawag ka sa office, pero alam mo na hindi lang ikaw yung nakakatanggap.
I'm not aware, Your Honor.
But you are aware that there are also others who may also be receiving the same allowances, as you may call it.
Siguro nasa isip ko lang na I'm not the only one, pero I didn't bother to know kung sino pa, or I didn't, because I was discreet lang siya.
So discreet siya.
Opo.
So ibig sabihin, there was never any instance where ka-close mo sa opisina nagsabi rin na, uy, naka-receive din ako ng the same.
Wala po, Your Honor.
So it was done secretly. Would you say so?
Discreet nga lang po siguro kasi wala akong alam, Your Honor.
Okay, sige. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, I'd like to, again, follow up your question. Gusto ko lang malaman, no? So, you said that your task really is being compartmentalized, that you have never any way of knowing that this, is that what you're trying to make this committee understand, that as a Chief of Staff, there was never any moment or any, like for example, any instance where there was really that information or knowledge? Kasi taking from the explanation of Ms. Catalan, allowance to, it's not something irregular. Parang ganun yung pagkaintindi niya eh. Hindi naman siya dapat sekreto or although discreet niya, binibigay sa kanya pero ang understanding niya is galing pala sa personal money ni Vice President. So hindi dapat siya sekreto. So are you telling this committee that in the span of your tenure as a Chief of Staff, you have never heard anybody, or at least with your co-workers, saying that there's an allowance from the good heart of the Vice President giving out for these employees?
Mr. Chair, if there was...
Please continue.
If there was an instance, Your Honor, that I would say maybe pumasok sa utak ko na may nabigyan, it was probably nung 2022 December, because it was meant to be parang a Christmas, no?
Yeah, but that's already, sabi ni Ms. Catalan, is that's regular bonuses. But we're talking about these,
But throughout the envelopes, I can honestly say walang ibang USEC or Ms. Runa. I can honestly say I just found out today also. So walang ganyang usapan eh. Hindi nagkakaroon walang lumapit sa akin na nagtanong man lang kung ako ba may natanggap, or them narrating to me na sila may natanggap sila. To be perfectly honest with you, wala talaga akong narinig eh.
As a Chief of Staff, it's to me, as a Chief of Staff, because you're appointed as a Chief, so big sabihin, trust and confidence is to everything, di ba? Kasi ikaw, before it reaches your principal, everything should be, everything should be a course through as a Chief of Staff through you, no? It's, for me personally, Mr. Chair, I find it very hard to understand. Although I'm not trying to debunk your statement here, Attorney Pua, but to me, we all are government employees, and we know how the administrative processes have been going. So, it's for me personally, I think it's kind of difficult for you not to be able to understand and at least have a grasp on what is happening inside your office, knowing that you are not only the Chief of Staff, but you're also the spokesperson for the Department of Education, Mr. Chair. And though you may not know, but a lot of your co-workers in the department, co-employees in the department have already come out saying the same thing. But if we use the same argument or the statement of Ms. Catalan na discreet pinamimigay, ilan yung lumabas na? Ibig sabihin, kung 4 na ba sila, Mr. Chair, o 5? 4 yung lumabas na same testimony saying that they have received envelopes. Ibig sabihin, kung discreetly, kung the same manner of releasing, ibig sabihin, there's no way for them to really make up some stories. But they came out with the same narrative and the same stories. Yun lang yung gusto kong ipaintindi, no, Mr. Chair. Do you have what's your thought on that?
Mr. Chair, may I respond? I respect your view, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair and Honorable Congressman, if I were in your shoes, I would also find it hard to believe, hindi ba? And that's why I had to put it in context, no? I did not know the Vice President till the day I was hired as her spokesperson in July. I wasn't with her prior. So perhaps there are things that's why I said it was compartmentalized. Perhaps there were things that
are not shared with everyone, are not shared with me, are shared with me but are not shared with others either. Perhaps that's the only way I can even fathom it, no? But definitely operationally, which means policy, which means whatever happens in DepEd, I can honestly say that really goes through me. But on why they are naming ASEC Sunshine as the one giving the envelope, I really do not know. And at that, and even if you were to ask me now, I wouldn't even dare
What's
ask.
the ano?
Bakit?
What's the task of Attorney Sunshine pala, if I may ask?
As far as I know, she was the head EA even before I joined DepEd, Your Honor. So in fact, she was the one who interviewed me when I applied for DepEd. And then my last interview was the Vice President, and that was the day that I met the Vice President for the first time, when I was offered the job of spokesperson. And I remained to be a spokesperson from July 2022 to around April 2023. So just to give you a background on all this, because I can definitely understand, Your Honor, the sentiments of the good congressman on parang medyo weird, no? Chief of staff ka, bakit di mo alam ang lahat ng nangyayari? In fact, it's a bit embarrassing for me to also admit na hindi ko alam lahat ng nangyayari. But it's really the way it is. Things are compartmentalized even from day one. So even as spokesperson, when may balita and I need to get to an interview, honestly, I have to message with the Vice President at that time to find out every time on what she wants me to say during the interview. At least just to give you a picture, Your Honor, on how it was.
Okay, thank you. Just I guess manifestation in closing, Mr. Chair. Narinig naman natin ilan yung lumabas na po dito sa committee na the same yung kanilang sinabi, na nakaisip po sila ng envelopes, no? At hindi ho nila ma-explain kung saan lang gagaling itong mga envelopes na ito. May iba sinasabi gift, may isa sinasabi it's a form of persuasion, but whatever they call it, it's something irregular. It does not happen regularly, no? Pangalawa, yung apat na po, kung tatanungin sa katanungan, sa kasagutan po ni Ms. Catalan, ang sabi po niya, tinatawagan po sila individually, binibigay sa kanila. I think the same story also we've heard from the rest of our invitees who said also the same thing, no? Ibig sabihin po, hindi ho sila na pinag-usapan itong apat na ito, hindi nila napag-usapan, meaning to say they've done it individually, binibigay sa kanila. So it's impossible for these individuals who came out saying the same thing to make up stories na pare-pareho po ang kanilang sinasabi. Ang point ko lang po dito, Mr. Chair, is if it's done discreetly, secretly, there's something really the act really, in the giving out of these sobres must be really in question, Mr. Chair. Yun lang pong aking manifestation, Mr. Chair, at marami pong salamat. Thank you, Attorney Pua, for giving us a background.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congressman Akop, you're recognized.
I would just like to follow up the question of the Honorable Aldeong. Yusek Pua, at sabi po nyo, hindi kayo nakatanggap ng envelope. Did I hear it right?
Mr. Chair, nakatanggap po ako pero hindi envelope mula kay VP mismo occasionally, no? And I can try to cite the occasions if you would want me to.
Yung envelope, kagaya ni Madam Catalan.
I was never called to ASEC Shine's office for the record to receive an envelope. I don't know why, to be honest.
Thank you. Asek Monsayak, have you received also an envelope? Just
Good
like
afternoon.
Madam Catalan?
Good afternoon,
Asik
Mr. Chair
Monsayak,
and
you're
Your Honor.
recognized.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I never received any envelope from ASEC Shine Fajarda or the Vice President. Never, Your Honor. And if you will recall the testimonies of the persons who supposedly admitted that they received envelope, they started receiving February and it ended September 2023. I only joined DepEd in October 2023, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yusek Escobedo, the same question.
Yusek Escobedo.
Mr. Chair,
you're
Your
recognized.
Honors, hindi po ako nakatanggap but during birthday, binigyan lang po ako ng isang cash lang po for my birthday and
Christmas.
Thank you. How about you, Sec Mempin?
Yusek Mempin.
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
Now, Madam Catalan, what makes you special, or what do you have that you would merit a 25,000 envelope, contained in an envelope? Ano pong meron po kayo?
Ms. Catalan, you are recognized.
Hindi ko po masagot, Your Honor.
Kasi, yung mga matataas sa inyo, ang testimony nila, hindi po sila nakakatanggap. Pero here you are, the head of the accountant division, nakatanggap po kayo. Ano po ang meron kayo that would merit na bigyan po kayo ng envelope ni Vice President?
Your Honor, yung sinabi lang po sa akin ni Sec. Shine is that a form of gratitude.
What did you do what did you do that would merit yung kuwan na yun? Na maging magpapasalamat sa iyo si Madam Fajarda or the Vice President. Ano po yung ginawa ninyo?
Maybe we're just doing our job in the accounting division, so maybe they were just very...
Naniniwala po ba kayo na sobre at pera ang award ng isang empleyado na efficient sa pagtrabaho po niya?
Maybe, Your Honor.
Huh? When you say maybe, it is being done in the department? Ganun po ba?
No, no, Your Honor, kasi
O kaya nga,
I cannot
anong
say...
meron ka na ganun ang kwan sa iyo?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, hindi ko po masasagot kung ano ba meron.
Kasi ako, ang tingin ko, dahil ikaw ang head ng accounting division, kagaya ng maging head ng budget o mga head ng treasurer, it is your position. Kasi yung liquidation at saka clearing, dumadaan palagi sa inyo sa inyong mga opisina. Di ba? At no matter how you look at it, marami pong kalokohan sa liquidation at saka use of funds. Di po ba?
Yung regular transaction, we ensure na lahat po ng disbursement is duly supported by documentary requirements. But again, the confidential fund is quite different and the first time that we have in the department.
Whether it's confidential or regular funds, may mga kalokohan sa liquidation. Would you agree? Kasi ang daming kaso sa ombudsman na ganyan So it's happening.
Honor, but in DepEd, basta regular transaction po, we ensure na lahat po ng transactions or disbursements are duly supported with supporting documents, and these are subject to post-audit naman po.
Hindi natin, I would ask you questions regarding the regular fund, tsaka sa procurement, but it's not the issue of the day. Ang issue kasi ngayon is the use of confidential funds. I would like to ask you that also. Pero ako, from my experience, nakikita ko na yung mga ganyan na pwesto, yun po yung nare-regaluhan ng sobre. Either by the heads of office or by those who transact business with your office. Kasi the ombudsman cases would show that na nangyayari talaga. Hindi po ba kayo naniniwala ron?
Naniniwala po, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Nabante.
Ms. Catalan, you have been in the DepEd for 30 years, correct?
Your Honor, 36 years.
How many cabinet secretaries have you been in?
I cannot remember, but the first cabinet secretary was Secretary Isumbing.
Were you even given envelopes during those times on different secretaries?
Your
Ms.
Honor, as
Catalan?
I mentioned earlier, there was no giving of envelopes in
So-
all these years except in 2023.
So therefore, only when the Vice President was the Secretary of DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You've got to realize that those 9 envelopes has a total amount of 225,000. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Powa, do you remember receiving an envelope that has about 200,000 in it?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, no. The simple answer is no. The biggest, if I need to share,
Yes, go
probably when one time nakwento ko nga na nag-reimburse ako because of a media party, no, for just to host the media for Christmas, I was given around 20 to 25 at that time, which was, well, to be candid, lower pa than what I made abono, but who are we to ano, diba? So, but never, not definitely not 200, not 100,000, not 50,000.
Oh, Ms. Catalan, he was an undersecretary of DepEd, the spokesperson of the Vice President, yet he has not even received, that amount of money during his time. I would even guess that Yusek Escobedo and Yusek Mempin, who have received gifts, no, during your birthdays and Christmas, for example, you have not received that much, have you?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
No. Yusek Escobedo?
No, Your Honor.
So, hindi po ba kayo nakakahalata na Ms. Catalan na napakalaki ng natanggap ninyo for, those 9 envelopes? More than all of this USEC here that have a higher position than you have?
No, Your Honor, kasi I do not have any information or I'm not aware that nakakatanggap or sino yung nakakatanggap at hindi.
Yeah, but you are aware of the law. You are aware of Republic Act. Republic Act, ano yun? 3019, which is actually, dito sa akin Republic Act 3019, Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices. You're aware of that, isn't it? You know that, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, wala naman So, I mean, dapat nakikita na natin ngayon yan kung paano. That's the reason why I'm asking you na I would even guess that those envelopes you received were a form of pressure on your part to sign. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, I would like to welcome to our hearing Honorable Charisse Ann C. Hernandez, representative of the Lone District of Calamba City. Thank you, ma'am, for attending.
Thank you. Yes, Congressman Mika.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up for my interpellation earlier. I just wanted to ask COA once again. You mentioned that there was an AOM that has already been issued for the regular funds for 2023. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the AOM is issued on a quarterly basis when applicable. So apart from the AOM that you mentioned a while ago pertaining to the welfare goods, under supplies and materials, are there other AOMs that have been issued since 2022 pertaining to regular funds of the OVP?
Mr. Tumawis,
Mr. Chair.
you recognize.
Mr. Chair, apart from the 2 AOMs I mentioned for the welfare goods expenses and the pagbabago campaign. We have other AOMs for other deficiencies noted during our audit period.
Mr. Chair, if I may request, Mr. Chair, for the committee to request a copy of those AOMs. I believe since we are talking about regular funds here, we no longer need to ask for a subpoena or issue a subpoena duces tecum as this pertains to regular funds, Mr. Chair.
May I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Ano pa? Pakilakas
I-clarify ko lang po kung anong period or anong audit period po for CY 2023, 2022.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask, fiscal year 2022, fiscal year 2023. From the from the third and fourth quarter of 2023, 22, and the however many quarters you've already audited for fiscal year 2023. Kasi what was the last quarter po that you audited?
Year po, Mr. Chair. The last
So full
year
year.
po is 2023.
Kasi po the AOMs that we saw on the confidential funds were on a quarterly basis eh. So pag regular fund po, one per year lang siya.
Continuous lang po siya, and every time na may makita kaming deficiencies, we communicate the results of our audit during the year po.
If that's the case, Mr. Chair, may I please request for all AOMs issued by the Commission on Audit with regard to regular funds of the Office of the Vice President from fiscal year 2022, 2020, and 2023, Mr. Chair.
COA, please take note of the manifestation of Congresswoman Mika Swansing.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Noted.
Meron pa po bang concern?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please
follow
continue.
up lang po. Mr. Chair, kanina lang po, I was thinking about the response of COA to one of the questions pertaining to the welfare goods. Kasi po, you mentioned in the AOM that was issued for the welfare goods, the main deficiency that was found there was a lack of a distribution list. May you please confirm that, Mr. Chair, on the part of COA?
I-broaden ko lang po na ang deficiencies is pertaining to the gaps on the existing guidelines on the distribution of welfare goods po, not on the distribution list per se.
Mr. Chair, may we please ask COA to enlighten us, what does it mean to be non-compliant with the guidelines with regards to distributions? Because it's, for me, it's a little bit alarming. Say, if there are two different things, if you talk about non-compliance with distribution guidelines, you can either be talking about non-compliance with internal controls, which you mentioned are receipts, distribution lists, etc. But on the other hand, there could also be deficiencies around supplying names of actual beneficiaries, in which case it is no longer an internal control issue, but rather a utilization issue, an accountability issue. So I just wanted, Mr. Chair, for COA to enlighten us kung ano po yung deficiencies nila when they say it's non-compliance with distribution policies, Mr. Chair.
If I may allowed po to read na lang po yung nasa report po namin.
Please do so.
So, in the review of welfare goods expenses amounting to 176 million for CY 2023, it revealed that due to gaps in the guidelines and procedures provided in the Office Order Number 2023-21 dated October 13, 2023, the guidelines on the receipt and distribution of welfare and control measures, various deficiencies in the distribution of welfare goods were noted. Then ito po yung mga deficiencies. First is the following documents needed to support the distribution of welfare goods were not required by the agency to be submitted. Then next, they are delayed preparation of
Mr.
financial...
Chair, mahaba pa ba yan? You can just submit that to us.
Medyo mahaba po, Mr.
See,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, I already caught what I wanted to hear actually, and which I actually hope not to hear, which was hindi nag-request yung agency ng documentation with regard to distribution. Tama po ba? Kasi ang ibig sabihin po nun, walang patunay na na-distribute po yung mga welfare goods. Yun po yung pagkakaintindi ko doon po sa sinabi nyo.
Bali po dun sa, Mr. Chair, yung pong guidelines po sa existing guidelines po nila, hindi po nakalagay doon na kailangan isubmit itong mga documents na to. So where in fact, kaya po namin nire-recommend na kailangan po i-include o improve po yung guidelines na i-include ito sa isasubmit sa amin to suffice po yung distribution of welfare goods.
So Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin po ba nito, yung 176 million pesos na goods, welfare goods, mga relief goods, wala pong documentation kung sino ang nakatanggap at kung may nakatanggap ba talaga nitong mga distributed goods na ito?
Mr. Chair, hindi po lahat yung 176. That's the amount recorded expenses for welfare goods. But then there is some amounts po doon na may mga kulang or may mga deficiencies in documents. But then the rest mostly have distribution list po. So itong mga na-mention po namin dito sa report, nakalagay po dito is some, hindi po lahat ng 176. Because we also to manifest na hindi po kami 100% audit. So we audit on a sampling basis. So as much as we want to audit all of this, since mayroon kaming lack of manpower, so or due to the time constraint din po, because for the information of everybody, we just assume the office po but last March 2024. So we have from March 2024 to up to May para po i-audit yung mga transactions ni ODP.
Pero Mr. Chair, ang pagkakaintindi ko po sa audit you do random audits to check if there are certain areas or categories that need to be, that have deficiencies. And once you catch a deficiency, magda-deep dive ka dun sa area na yun eh. So halimbawa, 176 million pesos yung pinag-uusapan natin sa welfare goods. May nakita na kayong findings na may deficiencies. Nag-random sampling pa lang din kayo. Hindi nyo tinitignan na sa 176 million na to, ilan dito yung may deficiency? Medyo malaking amount po to, Mr. Chair. Kaya I'm pressing COA on this. Kasi paano po kung halimbawa, out of the 176 million, sabihin nyo na sabihin natin less than 50%, that's still 70 million pesos, which is a substantial amount. Kaya po nagpe-press ako na sana po wag nyo lang sabihin na merong some deficiencies, na some lang yung hindi nyo alam kung may nakatanggap ba. Kasi medyo malaki po itong halagang pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chair. Kailangan nating siguraduhin na yung welfare goods na ito ay nakadating sa mga tao. May nakatanggap. Kaya pag sinabi nyo po sa amin na walang patunay na may nakatanggap, medyo nakaka-alarma po sa amin to, Mr. Chair.
If I may clarify po, ang
Please
sinasabi po
clarify.
nung audit po namin or audit result, there is a deficiencies on the existing guidelines. So may mga lapses po or weaknesses na kailangan pong i-address. So dun sa 176...
Sandali lang po may deficiency sa guidelines. At isa sa mga deficiencies ay hindi nagre-require yung agency ng documentation. In effect, as a result, may mga distribution na walang documentation. Kaya po, ang bottom line dito, Mr. Chair, may mga distribution na walang patunay.
Kung titingnan po natin sa report po, may mga transactions or distributions na wala pong distribution list.
Ilan
But
po
then
yun?
not the 176 million as a whole.
Naiintindihan ko po yun. Paulit-ulit po tayo. Naiintindihan ko na hindi yung buong 176 million yung walang documentation. Pero ilan pong porsyento ng 176 million ang walang patunay? Kasi po sabihin natin, kahit 25% na lang yung pag-usapan natin, malaki pa din yun.
For the documentation or incomplete documentation, we have part of the audit report po yung nandito. First is yung na-mention po nung last time na hearing na pinresent po ni Congressman Luis Tro, wherein may mga lacking documents po. For example, yung post-activity report, acknowledgement receipt. Wherein,
Meron po ba, sorry po, in the interest of time, magkano po? Pag isusuma total mo
So,
lahat ng mga may deficiencies.
So nasa Meron pong 62 million, may 218,000, 460, 434,000, and 557. But then as to the post-activity report, the head of the agency or the management of the OBP has submitted their comment that these documents were attached on the liquidation of the cash advances ng mga satellite offices. Hindi lang po na-i-attach doon sa liquidation or doon sa distribution ng welfare goods. So, as of now po, kaya po nilagay namin or sinasabi po namin na nandun pa rin naman po yung as to validation, na-validate din po namin yung doon sa mga nandun sa other attachments. Hindi lang po siya na-attach. So that's why one of the recommendation po dun sa AOM po namin is to revisit yung existing guidelines and then mas paigtingin yung mga controls para po yung mga kulang-kulang na documents. Hindi kasi sinasabing kulang talaga walang documents. May mga documents naman po for the distribution list. There's just a weaknesses on the controls or lapses on the submitted documents po sa amin.
Mr. Chair, ganito po, I recognize COA's effort to address the gaps in the guidelines. Pero we also have to be cognizant of the 62 million pesos that is already in question na merong deficiencies. So, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask COA by the next hearing po to please give us a definitive answer. How much of this 62 million has been cleared up doon po sa mga attachments? Kasi baka naman majority pa rin, hindi pa rin accounted for.
Then for information din po, Mr. Chair, yung sa 62 million, ang lacking documents po is post-activity report, which is a secondary documents lang po. But then yung mga distribution list po niya, mayroon po yun, ma'am. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, siguro po kailangan natin po ng copy ng liquidation report. Lalo na po dito sa welfare goods na ito. Actually, supplies and expenses supplies and materials expenses. Kasi yun po yung, I believe, roughly 40% of the whole OVP budget, if I'm not mistaken. Kasi po 400 million for 2025 po yung proposal nila. So yun lang, Mr. Chair. We just want to make sure that there's a difference kasi between internal control deficiencies and utilization issues, liquidation issues. Kaya yun lang po, Mr. Chair. If I may request for those two documents, all the AOMs issued by COA for the regular funds of the Office of the Vice President for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. At saka po, ito pong mga liquidation, ito pong mga items in question with regards to the welfare goods, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, COA.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you. Yes, Congressman
if you
Abante.
remember, COA, we have asked that question before, no? Yung liquidation report na yan, di ba? So, ang request na lang namin siguro, paki-fast track dahil mamaya makatanggap na naman kayo ng envelope.
May I be recognized, Your Honor?
Yes, Ma'am Hemora, you are recognized.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we need clarification. Do we have to wait for the subpoena or request from the committee to submit those documents that were just requested by the Honorable Congresswoman Swansing?
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized,
Yes, Congresswoman Swansing.
Mr. Chair, since we're talking about regular funds here, I believe this request doesn't necessitate the issuance of a subpoena anymore. Kasi from what I understand, a subpoena due sa STECOM is required if we're asking for pertinent documents relating to confidential funds. But since we're talking about regular funds here, like COMSEC and I had this conversation a while ago, we no longer need the subpoena, right?
I confirm, Your Honor. I confirm, Your Honor.
Okay. But we can request for a request, or is this forum is and for further approval of the chair, we'll just represent to our chair that there's a request from the committee, or we will wait for the formal request from this committee.
Formal request, Mr. Chair? Kailangan nyo ba yun?
Yes, sir. Your Honor.
This
We
is
will-
already put on record. This is already put on record. So there should not be any more formal requests. You should have to submit that to us.
Okay, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we will just verbally communicate with our chair for the approval of the Honorable Chair of the Commission on Audit. Oo.
We will just draft a letter request for purposes of compliance.
Ah,
Will that suffice?
yes, Your Honor. Thank you
Okay.
very
Thank you
much.
po. Kung wala na po tayong mga concern or meron pa po bang ibang matters that
Your
we would
Honor.
like to discuss? Yes, Congressman Abante.
Motion to suspend.
Second.
There's a motion to suspend. It's duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the committee hearing of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability is hereby suspended.